night I quit retail forever was Christmas Eve. I was 19, working the closing shift in a 24-hour pharmacy on the corner of Route 17 and Maple Lane. Outside, the whole town was doing the normal Christmas thing. Church services, family dinners, kids in pajamas, and I was under buzzing fluorescent lights, straightening candy displays, and listening to the same 4 holiday songs looped through the ceiling speakers. By 11 o'clock, the parking lot was almost empty. The Walmart next door still had a few cars, but our side of the strip was dead. Just snow drifting across the asphalt and that weird orange glow from the streetlights. Inside the store, it was just me, the hum of the refrigerators, and the soft click of the automatic doors resetting themselves. That was when he walked in. Gray coat, heavy boots, and one of those cheap red Santa hats pulled low over his face. No basket, no cart, no Merry Christmas. He did not look at the shelves. He did not look at the signs. He just walked past my register, turned the corner into the seasonal aisle, and disappeared between the rows of tinsel and plastic ornaments. An hour later, I was sprinting for the back door with that same man in the Santa hat chasing me, full speed, down an empty aisle. And the worst part is this. A week later, my manager showed me the security footage from that night. At 3:17 a.m., long after the police left and the store was locked, the cameras recorded someone in a Santa hat standing alone in the seasonal aisle, at a time when nobody was supposed to be in the building at all. 1.1. Writing this down, it is a little after 1 in the morning, and the house is finally quiet in the way that feels like it belongs to us. By us, I mean the 3 people actually living here now, not the extra weight I have been dragging around since I was 19. The TV in the corner is off, just a black rectangle reflecting a bent strip of the room. But the tiny red standby light is on, a single point watching me from under the screen. I am sunk into the soft middle of our old couch, half sitting, half sliding, the fabric warmed where I have been for too long. A gray throw blanket is bunched by my hip, still holding the fold where my wife sat earlier. She fell asleep halfway through a Christmas movie, pretended she was still watching for a while, then gave up and went to bed around 11. Our son went down even earlier after his last bottle. He is upstairs now in his crib, and the only proof of him from here is the baby monitor on the coffee table. The monitor is a cheap white square that never really turns off. Its small screen glows faint green, showing a fuzzy image of the crib. Bars, mattress, a little curled shape in the center. Static crawls through the picture every few seconds. A low hiss leaks from the speaker. All the sounds of the room upstairs flattened into one soft noise. The fan, the heater, my son's breathing. I try not to stare at it. When I look too long, my eyes start to invent details in the shadows that I know are not really there. Behind me, the kitchen is a cutout of darker shapes. The fridge hums, a steady, tired sound that has become part of the house's pulse. Every few minutes, the baseboard heater under the window clicks on and breathes out warm, dry air that smells faintly of dust. Then it cuts off again with a light metallic tick, and the room feels thinner for a moment. Outside, through the closed windows, there is the distant thud of a car door and the crunch of tires through slush as somebody farther down the street finally decides their night is over. They are small things, but they are the sounds of a life that makes sense. Fridge, heater, car, baby monitor, the kind of noises I used to wish for when my nights were built out of buzzing fluorescent lights, compressor drones, and automatic door chimes. Lately, I have been filling the gaps between those normal sounds with other people's horror. I put on YouTube channels where anonymous voices read emails about haunted basements, bad dates, and true night shift horror stories. I let them play while I load the dishwasher or fold impossibly small socks, the narrator's voice floating around the room like a late-night radio host. It started as background noise, something to keep the house from feeling too empty when everyone else is asleep. Then one night, a guy started reading a story about a Christmas Eve shift in a convenience store, and I had to put the dish towel down because my hands would not stop shaking. His story was not mine. Different state, different chain, but the bones of it were close enough. Too young, working too late, snow outside, a customer who was wrong in a way that is hard to explain. I listened all the way through, waiting for the beat that would match the one moment my brain refuses to smooth over. It never came. His story bent back into something you could rationalize. Mine never really did. For a long time, I've told myself that what happened when I was 19 wasn't that bad. Nobody died. Nobody disappeared. There was no headline about it, no police tape, no trial. Just a strange night in a job that did not pay enough, at a store that does not exist anymore. On paper, that is all it is. You clock out, you go home, you forget. That is how it is supposed to work. Then we had a kid. December changed shape. The last few winters, something small and sour has started to wake up in my chest every time I drive past a certain intersection. Route 17 and Maple Lane. On a map, it is just a cross of two roads on the edge of a tired little town in Ohio. In real life, it is an old strip mall that always looks half empty, even on its good days. Nail salon, tax place, dark windows, and one big storefront that used to say Greenfield Pharmacy in bright green letters along the top. If you drove by now, you would just see paper taped over the windows and a crooked for lease sign. The name is gone. The logo is gone. But the outline of the building is exactly the same as it was the night I ran out of it. Every winter, the snow stacks up in the same places in that lot. It piles against the low concrete curb by the cart corral that nobody uses anymore. It gets pushed into dirty ridges along the far edge by the maple trees when the plows come through. Street lights smear everything with the same dull yellow glow. The last couple of weeks, I have caught myself taking the long way home just to avoid sitting at that light. On the nights I do not, when I hit a red at Route 17 and Maple Lane, I find both hands tightening on the steering wheel like I am bracing for a crash. I look straight ahead and pretend I do not see the dark glass on my right or the snow pressed up against it. Tonight, I decided I am tired of letting an empty building and a story I have never really told decide which roads I am allowed to drive. So I am here instead, awake when I should be asleep, in the glow of a TV that is not really on and a baby monitor that never really shuts up, with my laptop balanced on my knees. The rest of the house is dark. The only light on is the floor lamp by the couch, fitted with a yellow bulb that makes the room feel a little smaller, like the ceiling is dropped and the walls have inched closer without actually moving. The heater clicks off again. For one thin second, everything stops. No fan, no hum, no passing car. It is the kind of silence that feels thick enough to touch, like the whole house is inhaling and waiting. Then ice drops in the freezer tray with a sudden sharp crack that sounds a lot louder than it should, and the fridge clears its throat and starts humming again. The moment folds back into normal. I have started to notice that the quiet spaces between sounds are worse than the sounds themselves. You can point at a humming fridge. You can explain a heater kicking on. You can blame a neighbor's car. It is that pause, when all of it cuts out at once, that my mind goes looking for something else to put in the empty space. I open a new document. A blank page fills the screen. The cursor blinks at the top, a tiny metronome ticking in place. My fingers hover above the keys. The monitor on the coffee table hisses softly. Upstairs, my son shifts and lets out a small, sleepy sigh. At the top of the page, I type a title: Greenfield Pharmacy, Christmas Eve. I do not know yet if I am sending this as an email to one of those horror channels, or if I am just going to save it and never look at it again. Maybe nobody will read it. Maybe some stranger on the other side of the country will hear it in someone else's voice one night while they are washing dishes the way I do. I am not sure it matters. If this does end up being read on some YouTube channel, maybe that is enough. I just want it to live somewhere outside my head. 1.2. When I was 19. In 2011, I was 19, broke, and living in the same small bedroom I had slept in since middle school. The posters on the walls had changed. The laptop was newer, but the view out the window was the same patch of quiet Midwest street, the same leaning maple tree, the same crooked mailbox my dad kept promising to fix when the weather got better. Everybody I knew seemed to be going somewhere that year. People were disappearing off to colleges in other states, trade schools, the military. My version of going somewhere was clocking in at Greenfield Pharmacy 5 nights a week, off Route 17. It sat in a tired strip next to a Walmart, the kind of low, flat building that looks like it was printed and stamped down from the same template in 100 small towns. Greenfield was open 24 hours, at least in theory. What that really meant was the lights never went fully off, and some unlucky 19-year-old was always there to watch the floor when the rest of the town went to sleep. The pharmacy counter itself closed earlier, 10 o'clock most nights, 9 on Sundays, because apparently even prescriptions respect business hours. After that, the pills and the white coats went away, and it was just the front store and whoever had drawn the short straw. The first thing that hit you when you walked through the automatic sliding glass doors was the smell. A layered chemical sweetness that never changed. Disinfectant, floor cleaner, cheap candy, plastic from blister packs, and toy packaging. In the summer, there was sometimes a faint undercurrent of mop water that had not quite dried. In the winter, it mixed with wet wool and the cold air that blew in with customers. My routine was simple enough. I would come in through the employee side door, with my breath fogging in front of me, hang my jacket on a hook in the tiny break room, and clock in on the little gray machine mounted to the wall. You had to line the barcode on your badge up just right under a scratched plastic window and listen for a tired beep. The break room itself was the size of a walk-in closet. Beige walls, one wobbly table stained with coffee rings, an ancient microwave with a peeling "Do Not Cook Fish" label on the door, and a vending machine that hummed loud enough to rattle the glass. A fluorescent tube in the ceiling buzzed and flickered in a way I stopped noticing after the first week. Out on the floor, it was the same choreography every shift. I would stand at the front register, log into the system, and start the dance with the coupon people and loyalty card regulars. There were older customers who treated a late-night pharmacy visit like a social event, leaning on the counter to tell me about grandkids and medications I could not pronounce. There were parents who came in with red-eyed kids in pajama pants, buying children's cough syrup and feeling like failures. There were teenagers who touched everything, every lip balm, every keychain, every pair of novelty sunglasses, without buying a single thing. Somewhere between all of that, there was Emily. She was one of the pharmacy techs, 2 years older than me, studying something in community college. She wore her long dark hair braided down her back and had a habit of tapping a pen on the counter in the same rhythm whenever the pharmacy got busy. On slow nights, she would lean on the half door of the pharmacy window and talk to me while we both pretended to restock things. I had a crush. I thought I was hiding well, until Rob, the pharmacist, smirked one night and said, "Kid, if you're gonna stare, at least make it less obvious." The store's layout is burned into my memory, like a diagram I could still sketch with my eyes closed. When you walked through the front door, the automatic glass slid open with a soft whoosh, and the door chime gave a bright little ding that you could hear from the very back of the building. The front counter was directly ahead, a low island with 2 registers facing the entrance. Behind the counter, bolted to the wall, was the old monitor that showed the camera feeds. 4 squares of grainy, slightly delayed black and white views of the aisles, the front doors, and the parking lot. To your right, as you came in, stretched the seasonal aisle. That was where we rotated through holidays, Halloween masks and rubber spiders, Thanksgiving paper turkeys, and, in December, an explosion of red and green. Plastic wreaths, boxed string lights, tinsel garlands, snowman figurines, and Santa hats hung on hooks in neat repeating rows. At Christmas, it smelled like fake cinnamon and plastic pine if you walked through at the right angle. The pharmacy window sat in the back left corner of the store. From my register, I could see the top half of Rob's head when he was at the computer, and the line of customers that formed during evening rush. A swinging half door separated the pharmacy area from the main floor. We were not supposed to step behind that door, but when it got busy and the phone would not stop ringing, I sometimes held the line for them and felt, for a minute, like I was part of something more important than selling candy and shampoo. Above all of it, like upside-down bowls stuck to the ceiling, were the cameras, little dark domes spaced down the aisles, one above the entrance, one watching the registers, one pointed at the far end of the seasonal aisle. They fed into the old CRT monitor behind me, the one that hummed faintly and warmed the air around it. The picture quality was bad, ghostly white faces, smudged shadows for bodies. But I trusted those flickering squares more than I trusted most people. Back then, cameras meant safety. They meant someone is watching in the good way. My manager, Tom, liked to lean into that. On my second week, he stood beside me at the register, nodding at the monitor while I counted out change. "If someone acts weird," he said, tapping the underside of the counter with one finger where the panic button was, "you just push this and smile for the cameras. Let them catch your good side, okay?" He laughed, a short, dry sound. I laughed with him, because that is what you do when your manager makes a joke. I remember thinking the idea of needing that button, really needing it, was almost funny. We had shoplifters sometimes, kids stuffing candy into jackets, but nothing that looked like the kind of danger that lived on news broadcasts. The soundtrack of those nights was always the same. Christmas music on a loop from tinny ceiling speakers that made every song sound slightly distorted, like it was being played underwater. Mariah Carey, bleeding into Bing Crosby, then into some generic instrumental version of Silent Night. Over that, in the gaps, there was the heavy cycling of the beverage coolers along the right wall. A low, mechanical growl that rose and fell as compressors turned on and off. The front door chimed every time someone came in or left. A bright ding that cut through everything, jolting me awake when I started to drift. Sometimes, when the store was quiet enough, you could hear Walmart through the back wall. Muffled announcements would drift over, disembodied voices echoing, "Attention shoppers," followed by words we could not quite make out. It always made me feel like we were just an afterthought, attached to something bigger and more alive. Most nights, that was all it was. Monotony, noise, fluorescent light, and the feeling of being stuck in a bright box on the edge of town, while everyone else lived their actual lives. If you had asked me then what the scariest part of the job was, I would have said the idea of running into someone from high school while I was mopping up a spill in aisle 5. And then there was the night, about a week before Christmas, when I left a little later than usual. We had closed the register for cleaning, and Tom was finishing paperwork in the office. I took the trash out to the back dumpster, the cold air hitting me so hard it made my eyes water. Snow had been falling all afternoon, and by the time my shift ended, there was a thin, crunchy layer over the entire parking lot. My breath rose in pale clouds as I walked toward my car, the lot mostly empty except for a few cars gathered closer to Walmart's bright, busy entrance. From where I was parked, I had a clear view of our storefront. It was nearly midnight. Tom had turned off most of the interior lights. The windows were dark, reflecting the parking lot lights and the orange halo of the road. As I dug my keys out of my pocket, something made me glance up again. Not all the lights were off. Along the front of the building, the windows were black, except for a narrow strip of pale glow at the far right, where the seasonal aisle met the glass. It was like someone had left a row of the overheads on by mistake, just in that one section. Through the glass, behind the faint reflection of my own face and the smeared white of snow on the outside, I could see the suggestion of shelves and hooks. And in the middle of that strip of light, between two tall racks of holiday junk, there was a shape. It stood very still, taller than the shelves, or maybe the same height. It was hard to tell with the way the light cut across everything. No color, just a darker column against the lighter background. For a second, I thought I could make out the curve of a shoulder, the slope of a head tipped slightly forward, like someone standing between the displays, facing the front. My heart did a stupid little stutter. I blinked, squinted, leaned my weight on my car door to get a better angle. The reflection of the sodium vapor lamp above me slid over the glass and blurred the inside view. The shape seemed to blend back into the shelves, disappearing into cardboard edges and hanging tinsel. Tom must have left one of the giant cardboard Santas out, I told myself. He was always moving those things around to draw the eye. They were almost as tall as a person, painted red and white and smiling. In the dark and the snow, at the end of a long shift, my brain had just turned cutout into person for a second. That was all. I shook my head, unlocked my car, and slid behind the wheel. As I backed out of the space, I made the mistake of looking one more time. The seasonal aisle window was a black strip, the light gone now, as if it had never been on at all. 1.3, the SUV at the edge of the lot. The week before Christmas Eve, the days all blur together in my memory, except for one thing: the SUV. I cannot tell you the exact night I first noticed it, only that all of a sudden it was just there. Parked at the far edge of the lot, where the plow trucks pushed the snow into gray banks. Under a light that only half worked, the sodium vapor bulb above that corner flickered on and off whenever the wind hit it right. So that patch of asphalt was never fully bright, never fully dark. It was like the lot itself was trying to decide whether or not to show me what was sitting there. The SUV was black or close to it, one of those anonymous mid-sized models that blend into traffic. From the front counter, I could see it through the glass whenever the store was quiet enough to let my eyes wander past the customers. It always seemed to be pointed toward us, nose angled in the direction of the Greenfield sign, as if it were waiting for something to happen at our doors. Sometimes its headlights were dead, just two dark sockets. Sometimes I thought I saw the faintest spill of white from the front, like daytime running lights. But it might have been snow, catching the glow from Walmart. Once or twice, when I stepped outside to grab carts, I swore I heard a low vibration on the air, like an engine idling. But when I held my breath and really listened, all I could pick out was the constant whoosh of highway traffic on 17 and the shrill squeak of a lone shopping cart rolling across the Walmart side of the lot. What stuck with me was not what it did, but what it did not do. I never saw anybody get in or out. I would come on at 4 in the afternoon, sunlight still smearing the windshield, and by the time I clocked out near midnight, it would still be sitting there in the half-dark, ugly, and blank. The rest of the lot changed faces. Minivans, pickups, beat-up sedans shuffling in and out, kids hopping into back seats with bags of junk food. The SUV never seemed to join that movement. It was part of the scenery, like the broken lamp above it and the bent cart corral rail. I told myself it probably belonged to somebody working a night shift at Walmart, some stocker or overnight supervisor who liked to park away from the clump of cars closer to the doors. That is what I would have done if I had been stuck here as many hours as they were. It made sense. It did not feel like it, but it made sense. One night, maybe 3 or 4 days before Christmas Eve, the air outside dropped hard. That kind of cold that bites inside your nose and makes the inside of your ears ache. The lot was quieter than usual, even for that hour. Snow had stopped, leaving thin, frozen crusts over older piles and turning every step into a crunch. Tom asked me to help with trash, so a little before closing, I was out back, dragging the metal cart down the narrow corridor that led to the dumpster. The overhead security light back there threw a weak cone over the asphalt, enough to turn our breath into white smoke and make the shadows of the loading dock look longer than they should have. The dumpster lid slammed shut with a hollow, resonant bang that echoed off the back of the building and bounced into the emptiness. Above me, the rooftop units hummed and rattled as they pushed warm air through the store. I could hear a faint bleed of Walmart's music drifting over the snow, some pop version of a carol reduced to pulsing bass by the distance and walls between us. As I was rolling the empty cart back up the slight incline toward the back door, I heard a sound that did not belong to any of those familiar things. It was a tap, light, quick. Not on the door, not on the dumpster. It sounded like someone drumming their fingers on metal, somewhere just off to my right. A series of tiny impacts, tap, 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 that cut through the hum of the air units and the faraway music just enough to make me stop pushing the cart. "Tom?" I called, even though I knew he was still inside. My voice came out in a puff and vanished. The tapping continued for another second, like whatever was making it did not care one way or another if I had heard. As I stepped toward the corner of the building, it stopped. No fading off, no change in rhythm. It was just there, and then it was not. I stood there a little longer than I should have, breath clouding in front of my face, listening. The rooftop units carried on, uninterested. Somewhere in the distance, a truck's engine growled as it pulled out onto the main road. The cold started seeping through my shoes, and the future version of me that had to explain frostbite to my parents finally nudged me back toward the door. I shrugged it off. Maybe some piece of loose metal on the side of the building had been knocked around by the wind. Maybe ice had shifted. There were a dozen easy explanations, and I picked one without really looking at it too closely. That was a skill I was good at back then. Back inside, the warmth of the store hit me with that familiar chemical smell, and the world shrank back to aisles and shelves, and the glow of the monitors. Tom was in the office, wrestling with end-of-day numbers. I wheeled the empty cart into the stockroom, hung my jacket back on the hook, and made my way to the front. At the register, out of habit, my eyes went straight to the camera monitor. One of the feeds showed the front doors and a slice of the parking lot beyond. The black SUV was there, exactly where it always was, sitting under its flickering light like it had never moved. For a second, the picture rolled. The screen doubled and then squeezed, top half slipping over the bottom like somebody had jolted the cables. The image compressed into a narrow band and then sprang back out again. It was the kind of glitch you see on old TVs when someone slaps the side, except nobody had touched anything. In that moment between movements, for one frozen frame, something changed. The SUV was still in its spot, its dark outline smudged by the camera's low resolution. But beside it, in the sliver of space between the rear bumper and the cart corral, there was a person. A tall figure in a coat that looked lighter than the car, a gray smear against the black. They were angled slightly toward the camera, head tipped back just enough that even in the bad footage, you could tell they were looking up. The frame jumped, the monitor crackled, and then the image snapped back to normal. Empty lot, black SUV, no one beside it, just a shimmer in the air where the glitch had been. I stared at the screen a heartbeat longer, waiting for the figure to materialize again, waiting to see some movement, like a person walking out from behind the car toward the store. Nothing. The SUV sat absolutely still in its puddle of half-light. "Everything okay out there?" Tom called from the back. "Yeah," I answered, dragging my eyes away. "Just the camera freaking out." He muttered something about corporate never fixing anything that actually matters, and that was the end of it. I did not tell him about the figure. Saying it out loud would make it sound stupid, like I was seeing ghosts on a screen already full of static. Besides, I had something else to be annoyed about. At the end of the week, Tom printed the new schedule and stuck it to the corkboard in the break room with a pushpin that bent under his thumb. I stood there with my soda, scanning the columns of names and shifts until I found mine. Christmas Eve, front end, 4 p.m., 12 a.m. There it was, in black ink. Pharmacy closing at 10, just like always. Rob and the techs would go home to their families, and I would stay in the bright box on Route 17 with the tinsel and the discount chocolates and whoever decided to wander in after 11 at night. "You're young," Tom said when he saw my face. "You bounce back faster. Plus, time and a half, right? You'll thank me when you see your check." I nodded, because arguing would not change anything. My parents clucked their tongues when I told them at dinner, but still circled Christmas Eve, work, on the calendar, like it was just another obligation stacked between church and visiting my aunt. I told myself it would be boring at worst. Maybe a good story someday about the year I spent Christmas Eve under fluorescent lights instead of with my family. At 19, you do not think much about all the ways a simple sentence like, "I have to work late," can twist sideways. Years later, sitting here on this sagging couch, fingers moving over keys, I can see that week in my head like an old movie. The SUV in its corner, the glitch on the monitor, the strip of light in the seasonal aisle, pieces I kept separate then because it was easier. My phone buzzes on the cushion beside me, yanking me out of the past. For a second, my stomach tightens the way it does when I think maybe the baby monitor has lost its connection. But the screen is dark except for a single line of text that has appeared and somehow bypassed the lock screen. Motion detected. Seasonal aisle. Greenfield. 247. The words are so wrong together. Motion, seasonal aisle, Greenfield, that my brain refuses to register them all at once. I reach for the phone with a hand that suddenly feels clumsy. As my thumb hovers over the notification, the whole line blinks and disappears, sliding up and vanishing like it was never there. The home screen is blank. No open apps, no alert icons. Just the time, the date, and my own reflection in the black of the glass. Behind me, the fridge motor winds down and stops. The heater has already switched off. For a heavy, breathless moment, the house takes one long, quiet inhale, and there is absolutely no sound at all. 2.1. Training for the what-ifs. A few days before Christmas, Tom decided I needed a refresher on security. He did it the way managers like him do everything, halfway between a joke and a lecture, so you are never sure how seriously you are supposed to take it. It was around 3 in the afternoon, before my shift really started. The store had that weird in-between feel where the after-school rush had not hit yet, and the older crowd had already come and gone with their prescriptions. "Come here a second," he said, crooking a finger at me from behind the front counter. He was standing next to the old CRT monitor that held our camera feeds. Up close, the glass screen reflected his pale face and thinning hair in a warped curve. 4 gray squares floated in front of us, each one a live black and white view of some part of the store. There was a faint, high-pitched whine coming from the thing, the kind of sound expensive TVs do not make anymore. Someone had taped a post-it to the side that said, "Do not hit the monitor in Sharpie. This is your best friend if anything goes sideways," Tom said, patting the top of it like it was a dog instead of a piece of equipment older than I was. "You watching these? You're fine." He pointed at the feeds, one by one. "That's front door and a bit of the parking lot," he said, tapping the top left square. We watched a woman with a scarf over her hair push a cart past our doors toward Walmart, the snow and the camera view turning everything into muddy static where it hit the lens. "Here's the main aisle run," he went on, indicating the top right square. "Camera's a little off-center because corporate won't pay for a guy to realign it, but it's good enough. You can see most of the shelves. People are more obvious than they think they are." Bottom left was the pharmacy corner, Rob's bald spot glowing under brighter lights, the line area in front of the window, and a sliver of the aisle leading to it. Bottom right was the seasonal aisle, shot at a slight angle so we could see down the length of it, but not the very ends. Now, blind spots, Tom said, lowering his voice like he was letting me in on a secret. You got a dead patch on the far end of seasonal here. He traced his finger on the glass just beyond the edge of the image. If someone hugs that last end cap, camera won't catch their hands. Same behind the pharmacy shelving and that far corner of the lot where the light keeps fritzing. That's where idiots go to smoke or swap stuff. You can see cars pulling in and out, but if they park real tight to the last pole, we're basically blind. He leaned down and reached under the counter, feeling around where my knees usually were. And this, he said, his voice taking on a mocking stage drama tone, is your panic button. In the unlikely event of some certified lunatic, you push it, keep your mouth shut, and smile for the cameras so they have something nice to look at when they review the tape. His fingers pressed gently against a small square plate bolted to the underside of the counter. I knew it was there in theory. We had learned about it in training, buried between return policies and how to ring up cigarettes. Feeling the slight click as he pushed it in and let it spring back made it real. It was close enough to where my hand naturally hung that I suddenly became very aware of how often I rested my fingers along that edge. Look, 99% of the time, Tom said, straightening up, it's shoplifters and coupon arguments. Worst case, someone gets rowdy about opioids, and Rob hits his own alarm back there. You being here, watching the screens, that's half the battle. People do stupid stuff when they think nobody's looking. He clapped me on the shoulder, satisfied, and wandered off toward the office, leaving me alone with the humming monitor and its grainy little worlds. The thing about Greenfield was, when it was busy, the place felt almost alive. That afternoon, the store woke up gradually. An old guy in a tan jacket shuffled in, headed straight for the pharmacy window with a sheaf of papers in his hand. I could hear his voice rising before I even saw his face clearly in the bottom left feed. I don't care what the computer says, he was telling Rob, his words cutting through the background music. They told me the copay was $5 last time. Now it's $30. That's robbery. His complaint mixed with the high, piercing wail of a toddler whose mother had parked him in the shopping cart seat and was frantically scanning the cold medicine aisle for anything labeled nighttime. The child's cries bounced off the tile in the displays, echoed in the camera feed as a constant open mouth and flailing arms. At the front, a trio of high school kids in hoodies clustered around the gift card rack. They picked them up, read them, put them down, laughed at each other, drifted toward the candy section, fingers skimming over every bright wrapper. One of them looked up at the dome above him and waved, grinning directly into the camera. The soundtrack to all of this was a wash of small sounds. The beep, beep, beep of the barcode scanner, the dry chatter of the receipt printer spitting out feet of paper with coupons nobody would ever use, the scuff and squeak of shoes on the floor. Overhead, the Christmas playlist wrapped everything in a thin layer of festive noise. Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree bled into some jazz instrumental and then into a choral hymn, the transitions always slightly too abrupt. Every few minutes, the PA crackled to life with a soft pop. "Attention, Greenfield customers," a disembodied female voice would intone. "For your convenience, our photo center is open until 10 p.m. this evening. Ask one of our associates for details." Sometimes the announcement cut off half a word too early, like someone tired of speaking had just let go of the button and walked away. The thing I will admit, even now, is that there were hours when I liked the job. When the store was full of people and noise, when there was always somebody at the register or asking where the Advil was, I could forget that I was boxed in under humming lights. The act of scanning things, making change, bagging items, it was mechanical and strangely soothing. The movement of customers in and out was like a tide. You could lose yourself in it. It was only after 10, when the pharmacy gate clanged shut and Rob's white coat disappeared out the back door, that the place started to feel wrong. The music did not get louder in terms of volume, but it felt louder. Notes stretched in the air a little longer. The gaps between songs yawned like somebody clearing their throat in an empty church. The aisles seemed to lengthen when no one was walking down them. Light pooled strangely at the ends. On the day of Tom's little security talk, nothing dramatic happened. We moved through the afternoon and into evening exactly the way we were supposed to. The old man eventually took his $30 prescription, still muttering. The toddler's mom left with a sack of medicine and a red-faced child exhausted from crying. The teenagers bought 2 candy bars between the 3 of them and left smudges on everything they touched. Sometime around 9, there was a lull. No one at the pharmacy window, no one at the front counter. Music drifting lazily overhead, a slow version of "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas," turning the store into an approximation of cozy that did not quite land under fluorescent light. I leaned back against the counter and let my gaze travel up to the monitor, more out of boredom than anything else. 4 squares of the life I was standing inside, slightly delayed. I watched myself in the top middle of the frame, a skinny kid in a red polo, leaning, legs crossed at the ankles, looking up like I was on break from being alive. My eyes slid to the seasonal aisle feed. From that angle, the camera caught about 2/3 of the aisle. The shelves rose on either side, stacked with boxes of lights, ornaments, candles, Santa figurines, all turned toward the lens like they were posing. Above the shelves, the bare strip of wall and ceiling. The image was grainy but calm. Nothing moved. As I watched, something small and dark dropped into the very top edge of the frame. It was quick, just a tiny shape falling from the line of the upper shelf, from a place the camera barely showed. It tumbled straight down and vanished out of view, landing somewhere below the bottom border. It was the kind of blink and you miss it change you would not notice if you were not already staring. A second later, a sound traveled through the store. It started as a thin metallic click and then turned into a soft, unmistakable jingle. Like someone had picked up a cluster of sleigh bells and given them a gentle shake, just enough to make them chime once and then settle. It floated over from the right side of the store, from the direction of seasonal, weaving through the music in the air. I straightened instinctively, scanning the aisles from my vantage point. No customers, no heads bobbing up between shelves, no shadows moving. The jingle faded almost as quickly as it had come. The logical part of my brain said, the camera caught an ornament falling. The bells rang because something knocked into a display. Cheap hooks give way sometimes. Plastic snaps. It is not that deep. Still, I pushed off the counter and walked out from behind it, my sneakers whispering on the tile. The Christmas song overhead slid into another, slower one, as if someone upstairs had changed the station. The closer I got to the seasonal aisle, the more that fake cinnamon and pine scent wrapped around me. I turned into the aisle and stopped. Everything looked exactly like it was supposed to. Boxes of lights stacked neatly, labels facing out, bags of bows, tinsel caught in the overhead glare. The sleigh bells hung from their hooks mid-aisle, polished and quietly still. None of them were on the floor. I frowned and walked the length of the aisle, scanning the ground for anything that might have fallen. Nothing. No ornament, no loose hook, no stray piece of plastic. I reached out and touched one of the clusters of sleigh bells. The metal was cold under my fingers. When I lifted it and let it fall back against the others, they made the same small sound I had heard from the front. A cheerful, hollow jingle that did not fit the empty aisle at all. Back at the counter, I checked the monitor again. The seasonal feed showed an unmoving picture. Shelves, hooks, decorations, quiet. At the very top of the frame, the bare strip of wall and ceiling. Whatever I thought I had seen drop from that upper shelf was gone, or maybe it had never been there. I told myself that if there was a problem, if there was anything real to worry about, the cameras would catch it. That was what they were there for, Tom had said. That was what I had always believed. 2.2. The first time I heard the bells. The first time I really noticed the bells. It was one of those nights that felt like the town had given up early. It was close to Christmas, but not quite there yet. Maybe the 22nd or 23rd. The afternoon rush had come and gone in a blur of last-minute shoppers and red noses. By 9 o'clock, the energy in the store had collapsed. The world outside the glass doors was dark and muffled, the parking lot half empty, the light over the far corner flickering on and off at its own lazy pace. Inside, it was just me, Rob, and one of the techs, a girl named Jenna, floating between the pharmacy computers and the pill bottles. After 9, the wave of customers that always stampeded toward the pharmacy window thinned to a trickle. We still had a few people. Somebody picking up blood pressure meds, a tired nurse in scrubs buying a big bottle of ibuprofen, but nothing like the 6 to 8 chaos. Go make seasonal look less like a trash can, Tom had told me earlier, which was his loving way of saying the Christmas aisle was wrecked. So around 9:30, with no one at my register, I grabbed one of the rumpled green shopping baskets and headed over there. The store felt bigger with fewer people in it. The overhead music seemed to uncurl and fill the empty spaces between shelves. Some crooner was dragging his way through, "I'll be home for Christmas," his voice stretching out over the fluorescent aisles, flat and slightly distorted. Seasonal was a mess. It always was by that point in December. The shelves looked like a party had come through and changed its mind halfway down. Cheap tinsel garlands hung at weird angles, some of them half slid off their hooks and dangling to the floor, like someone pulling themselves out of bed. Boxes of string lights had been picked up and put back in the wrong place. So often, the front row was a jumble of mismatched brands. The front of one shelf was nothing but plastic ornaments, shiny red and gold balls trapped in clear tubes, glitter snowflakes that shed when you breathed on them, small plastic angels with eyes painted just a little too far apart. Further down were the Santa hats, stacks of them in cheap flat packages, and some puffier ones hanging from pegs. Red felt, white trim that looked softer than it was, pom-poms like cotton balls. On the bottom shelf, shoved against each other, were a few of the motion-activated toys nobody really wanted, but everyone had to touch. A snowman with dead plastic eyes that sang when you walked past. A Santa that shook his hips and waved. an elf whose head moved side to side in a slow, mechanical no. Zoning that aisle meant making everything face front and look fresh, even if we all knew half of it would be clearance in a week. I started at one end and worked my way down, pushing boxes to the edge, straightening price tags. The air there smelled like plastic and cinnamon-scented candles and something else underneath, a faint tang of dust and cardboard from the stockroom. At the Santa hats, I pulled the hanging ones into a straight line, smoothing the bent cardboard tops. It was quiet enough that I could hear the faint rattle of pills from the pharmacy whenever Rob opened a drawer, the soft clack of Jenna's keyboard as she typed instructions into a label. The overhead speaker hissed a little between songs and then rolled into yet another version of Jingle Bell Rock. That is when I heard it. A jingle behind me. It was small and sharp, not part of the music. A tiny cluster of notes, like someone had picked up a chime and given it one quick shake just to see if it still worked. It sounded close. Close enough that for a second I thought somebody had come up the aisle without me hearing. I froze with a hat still in my hands, turned my head over my shoulder. Halfway down the aisle, a row of sleigh bells hung from a metal hook, polished silver globes on red ribbon. They were rocking back and forth, just slightly, as if someone had brushed past them a second before. Each movement made them kiss each other and let out a soft, chiming whisper that rose and died in the air. I glanced toward the open end of the aisle. Nobody. The far end. Empty shelves. No shoppers. "Rob, that you?" I called, the joke coming out thinner than I meant it to. His answer floated in from the other side of the store, from the pharmacy corner. "What?" His voice was too far away. The sound bounced off tile and end caps, picked up by the faint echo the store always had at night. I leaned out of the aisle, craning my neck. From that angle, I could see the pharmacy window. Rob was behind the counter, sorting through a stack of white bags. Jenna was at the computer, face lit blue by the screen glow. Neither of them was anywhere near seasonal. "You guys messing with the bells?" I called a little louder. "I have not moved in 10 minutes, Jenna said without looking up. Her voice was flat, distracted. Rob's knees are too old to run that fast. Yeah, Rob grunted. Back in the aisle, the sleigh bells had gone still. No lingering swinging, no gentle settling. Just hanging there perfectly straight, slightly mismatched spheres catching the harsh light. When I reached out and touched the cluster nearest me, the metal was cold, colder than the air around them, like they had been hanging in a freezer instead of on a shelf. For just a heartbeat, I felt something crawl under my skin, a little line of unease tracing my spine. The kind of feeling you get when someone stands behind you on a staircase and you cannot hear them breathe, but you can feel the space change. Then the rational part of my brain shoved its way back in. It is the AC, I told myself. The vents overhead kick on, air pushes down, anything with weight on a string moves. Basic physics. And sleigh bells are supposed to jingle. That is their whole thing. I let my fingers curl around them and give them a deliberate shake just to prove it to myself. They chimed in, a cheerful little burst that sounded almost exactly like what I had heard a moment earlier. When I let go, they swayed, then settled. Nothing mysterious about it at all. Creepy, I muttered anyway, mostly to hear my own voice. The rest of the aisle took me another 20 minutes. By the time I was done, the toys were lined up. The hats were stacked. The ornaments were facing front in their tubes. The snowman with the dead eyes stared up at me, waiting for a footstep to set him off. I stepped around his sensor and headed back toward the front. From the register, the store looked normal again. A couple wandered in for milk, talking quietly to each other. A guy in a reflective vest from the highway crew grabbed an energy drink and a pack of gum. I rang them up, wished them a good night, listened to the door chime sing its little ding each time they broke the beam. Between customers, I found myself glancing up at the monitor more than usual. Top right, main aisle. Bottom left, pharmacy. Bottom right, seasonal. On that seasonal feed, the aisle looked narrower. The camera angle made the shelves lean slightly inward, converging in a way the human eye did not see when you were actually standing there. In grainy black and white, the decorations lost their color and became smudges of light and dark. The sleigh bells were just a small cluster of gray circles along one strip. My eyes roamed the square without really meaning to, getting used to the static picture. Then, for a moment so small, I almost dismissed it as fatigue. I thought I saw movement below the bottom shelf line. You do not think about it until it looks wrong, but the cameras catch more than you realize. They see people from weird angles. They pick up shoes, shadows, bits of legs. For a heartbeat, I could have sworn there were two sets of legs at the far end of seasonal. One pair I knew was mine, from when I had walked through earlier, recorded and looped on some delay, and a second pair, partly hidden by the shelving, toes pointed in my direction. I blinked and leaned a little closer. The picture rolled once, the monitor humming, and when it settled, the phantom legs were gone. Just one blurred reflection of myself the last time I had walked down that aisle, frozen mid-stride, then overwritten by the next few seconds of footage. "Tell me something," Rob's voice said behind me. I jumped, just a little, and turned. He had come up quietly from the pharmacy, leaning his elbows on the counter beside me, rubbing his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. "You ever work a closing shift on Christmas before?" he asked. "Not yet," I said. "Lucky me, right?" He snorted. "We used to have a closer named Denise," he said, almost casually. "This was a couple years back. Nice lady. Took every extra shift she could get. Christmas Eve, New Year's, whatever they threw at her. Single, no kids. You know the type." I nodded, even though I did not really. He kept going. "Anyway, one year, Tom leaves her here till midnight on Christmas Eve. Dead quiet, town's a ghost. Next day, she comes in white as a sheet, says she is done. No notice, no nothing. Just drops her badge on his desk and walks." "What happened?" I asked, because of course I did. Rob shrugged, but there was a tightness around his mouth that did not match the gesture. "She said she heard somebody walking the aisles for an hour," he said. "Footsteps, bells, like somebody dragging their hand along the shelves, jingling everything they could reach. Every time she went to check, nobody there. Tom told her it was nerves, seasonal stress. It gets to people." He gave me a look that was supposed to be reassuring and failed. "Holiday retail will do that to you. Makes everything feel louder than it is." "Yeah," I said, forcing a laugh. "I get it." I threw the story away almost as soon as he finished it, filed it in the same place I kept customer gossip and complaints about the thermostat. Just another weird tale from another tired employee. You hear enough of those, they all start to sound like punchlines. But looking back, that was the first time the words footsteps and bells lined up together in my head and stayed there. I did not know yet how loud they could get when the store finally belonged to me and whatever else was walking through it after 10. 2.3. The frame that should not exist. A couple of nights before Christmas Eve, the store felt like it was running out of reasons to stay open. I think it was the 22nd, maybe the 23rd. Those days have melted together for me, but I remember the feel of that night in my bones. A strange, floaty boredom, like the air itself was half asleep. The rush had burned itself out early. By 9:30, there were no lines anywhere. Just a stray customer every 10 or 15 minutes, drifting in for toothpaste or cigarettes or something they had forgotten to grab at Walmart. Around 10, I wandered back to the pharmacy under the excuse of asking if they needed anything. The truth was, I wanted company and a break from leaning on the front counter watching nothing happen. Rob was finishing up a label, pen in his mouth, eyes narrowed at the computer. Jenna was in the process of closing her register for the night, her hands moving on autopilot. The pharmacy corner was warmer than the rest of the store, the lights a bit brighter, the smell of alcohol wipes and pills stronger, almost medicinal enough to cut through the plastic Christmas scent. Slow? Rob asked, not looking up. Like a funeral out there, I said. You guys almost done? 10 more minutes, Jenna said around the snap of her till. Unless a bus shows up. No, thank you, Rob muttered. I leaned on the small bit of counter just outside their half door, my back toward the rest of the store. The music overhead had dropped to a softer volume, some sleepy choir humming through a carol I did not recognize. Over that, the steady whine of the cooler unit along the wall by the sodas colored the air with a constant thin note. From where we stood, we could see the front camera feed reflected in a smaller monitor mounted near the pharmacy computer. It was tied into the same system as the one at my register, just smaller, a secondary view of the same 4 squares. Top left was the front doors, and a slice of the sidewalk outside. The glass looked darker from back there, our own lights reflecting in it, so that everything beyond appeared washed out and shadowy. Every now and then, a set of headlights swept across the view as someone drove past on Route 17. Beyond that, a blur of snow and dark. I almost did not notice him at first. There was just a shape near the edge of the frame, a darker smear against the lighter blur of outside. As I watched, it resolved into a person. Tall, shoulders hunched in a gray coat, hood pulled up over their head. They were standing just beyond the arcs of the sliding doors, where the sensors did not always pick people up unless they came in at the right angle. Someone's lurking, I said, nodding toward the screen. Rob glanced over, then squinted. Maybe he forgot which building is open, he said. We're not a nightclub, buddy. The figure was pacing, not fast, not like someone anxious and jittery, just a slow back and forth, 3 or 4 steps to the left, 3 or 4 steps to the right, turning each time to face the doors again. Every few passes, they would tilt their head back a little, as if looking up at the camera dome above the entrance. It gave me the weird, prickling sensation that they could see all the way to where we were standing at the back, even though I knew that was impossible. The sound in that moment was mostly machines. The faint hiss of the overhead vents, the steady, high whine of the soda coolers, the soft brush of Jenna's fingers counting bills. Somewhere outside, faint and distorted, we could hear the squeak of a Walmart cart being pushed across snowy asphalt. The front door's sensor clicked occasionally, a mechanical throat clearing, like it wanted to open, but did not have quite enough reason. The person outside never crossed the threshold. They did not test the handle or wave at us. They did not cup their hands against the glass to look in. They just paced in that thin slice of view, coat shifting, hood shadowing their face. "You think he's high?" I asked, more to fill the silence than because I cared. "Or waiting for a ride?" "Could be both," Rob said. "As long as he stays out there. Our problem is his fashion sense, not our safety." "Maybe he's trying to work up the courage to buy condoms," Jenna added dryly. For a little while, watching him was more interesting than watching the empty aisles. He moved like someone who had nowhere else to be. Left, right, pause, look up. Snow drifted in the camera's eye, turning everything into a hazy grayscape. His coat blended into it, a darker blur in a field of lighter ones. Then, without anything dramatic happening, he drifted out of frame. 1 second, he was at the far right edge of the view, mid-turn. The next, the camera showed only the dull glow from the parking lot lights, the faint reflection of our own interior on the glass. He did not pass the doors. He did not step fully into our line of sight. He just stepped that last little bit to the right and was gone. We waited to see if he would reappear on another camera. The parking lot feed remained empty except for the familiar shapes of cars and the lone black SUV anchored in its corner. No tall gray coat walking between them. No hooded shadow moving along the building. "Probably got bored," Rob said. "Or realized Walmart's open later." By the time the pharmacy actually closed, I had mostly forgotten about him. Rob and Jenna did their routine. Count pills, close drawers, lock cabinets. The gate clanged down over the pharmacy window, a harsh metallic rattle that always made me flinch. They wished me a good night. I wished them a Merry Christmas because it felt like the thing to say. Their footsteps receded toward the back door, and then there was the heavy thud of it closing, leaving me as the only approved breathing thing inside the building. The next hour was slow. A couple came in for wrapping paper and tape. A man in a thick coat bought a bottle of cough syrup, paid in cash, and left without meeting my eyes. The music looped, the cooler cycled, the door chimed. Nothing weird happened. It was only toward the very end of the night, when I was mentally halfway home, that the cameras did something I have never been able to explain to myself. Rob came back up from the stockroom just before 10, coat on, keys in hand, his lunchbox tucked under his arm. He had forgotten to clock out. He ducked behind the pharmacy gate long enough to swipe his badge, and then stepped back to the small office area behind the front counter where the main DVR system lived. "Hey," he said, poking his head around the corner. "Come here a sec. Check this out." I joined him in the cramped space, the air warmer from the machines. The DVR unit sat under the monitor, a squat black box with a row of tiny buttons and an even tinier digital time display that never seemed to be quite right. Rob had the footage from earlier queued up on the screen, the front door camera filling most of the display. "Curious George outside," he said. "Wanted to see if he ever came in." He hit play. The video rolled backward first, the image jerking in reverse until he found the spot where the gray-coated figure was pacing. Then he nudged the controls forward until the motion looked normal again. We watched our own front doors in silence, the store's interior reflected faintly in the glass. Outside, in ghostly gray, the tall man moved left and right, just like before. Once, he stopped dead center and lifted his head straight up, staring at the camera housing. Even from that angle, even with the bad resolution, Something about the angle of his head looked wrong, like his neck shouldn't bend that far back. As we watched, he drifted to the right edge of the frame and began that same slow vanishing act. "Okay, so then where?" Rob started, tapping the fast-forward button lightly. The footage jumped ahead a few seconds. The doors stayed shut, no chime on the audio track. The interior cameras showed no one crossing the threshold, no figure stepping into the warmth and light. "That's what I thought," he said. "He never came in, just a lot of pacing and wasted time." He let it play, then half out of habit, hit a button I had never bothered to memorize to switch to a different camera at the same timestamp. The seasonal aisle feed replaced the front doors on the main part of the screen. From there, you could see the mouth of the aisle opening toward the front of the store, then the stacked shelves marching back into shadow. Rob started to scrub the footage back and forth a few seconds at a time, watching the timestamp numbers blur. The image of the empty aisle flickered, jittered. Then, for one single frame, it wasn't empty. We did not see it as movement. We saw it as a freeze, a picture that cut into the stream like someone had dropped in a photograph. A tall figure stood at the entrance to the seasonal aisle, right on the line where the linoleum of the main floor narrowed into that holiday tunnel. Gray coat, hood up. The posture was the same as the man outside. A slight hunch in the shoulders, a tilt in the head. But this time, there was something perched on top of the hood, a shape that broke the line of his head, making it taller by an inch or two. It was blurry, like someone had smudged the pixels with a thumb, but the outline was unmistakable. A triangle bulging slightly to one side, a rounded point at the end. It looked like the suggestion of a Santa hat. The face beneath it was a smear of light and dark. Not just low resolution. It was as if the system could not decide what to do with that part of the image. The rest was clear enough. The shelves, the price tags, the stacks of boxes all around him. Only where his features should be was the footage almost too bright and too dark at the same time. A swirl of gray that refused to resolve into eyes, nose, mouth. My mouth went dry. "What the?" I started. Before either of us could really react, the DVR hiccuped. The monitor glitched, the picture twitching sideways and then snapping back. The frame with the figure vanished. The next image showed the seasonal aisle empty again. Just static shelves and hanging decorations. The timestamp marching on as if nothing had interrupted it. "Back it up," I said, too quickly. "I am," Rob replied, already thumbing the reverse. The footage rolled backward in fast motion, and we saw ghosts of our own movements earlier in the evening. He slowed it, then went frame by frame. Empty aisle, empty aisle, empty aisle. It skipped. The clock on the tiny display jumped ahead a fraction of a second, but there was no sign of the frame we had just seen. It was as if the recording had jumped over it entirely, like a skipped heartbeat in a long, steady rhythm. "Piece of junk system," Rob muttered, more annoyed than anything else. "See, this is why we get robbed. Whole chunks of time just go missing." It was there though, right? I asked. I heard how uncertain I sounded and hated it. "What? Your boyfriend in the gray coat?" He smirked, already moving his hand to punch another button. "Yeah, it hiccuped. Probably some old frame from a test pattern. Or you stared at seasonal too long and you're seeing things. The mind does that when you're bored." He hit a key, and the screen popped back to the live quad view. 4 neat squares, nothing out of place. Front doors, main aisle, pharmacy, seasonal. All quiet, all empty. The only movement was a plastic bag fluttering on a shelf as the heater kicked on and sent a soft current of air through the store. "Go home," Rob said, slinging his lunchbox strap over his shoulder. "Get some sleep before Tom kills you with this schedule. You'll start seeing Santa in the security cameras next." He laughed, a dry little sound that did not quite reach his eyes, and headed for the back door, keys jingling faintly. I stood there longer than I needed to, staring at the seasonal feed. The entrance to the aisle was just a dark rectangle on the screen now, a hole cut into the wall of shelves. If I squinted, I could almost imagine the shape of a hat tilted in that doorway, just out of view, waiting for the camera to blink wrong again. I told myself Rob was right. Glitches happen. Old systems burp up random frames. Light plays tricks with bad cameras. It was easier to believe that than to accept that something had been standing there, inside the store, without the doors ever opening, without the chime ever sounding. Still, for the next few days, every time I walked past the seasonal aisle, I found myself glancing up automatically at the little dark dome on the ceiling and wondering what it was really seeing and what it was choosing not to show us. 3.1. The last normal morning. Christmas Eve. The year I was 19 started like the kind of morning that shows up in commercials. Our house was small, but on days like that, it stretched itself, like it was trying to fit the idea of holiday inside its walls. The kitchen smelled like coffee and cinnamon, the way it always did when my mom decided the calendar required extra effort. She had a cinnamon-scented candle burning on the counter, even though she was also baking something that already smelled like cinnamon. To this day, I am not sure if she knew she was doubling it or if she just thought more was better. The TV in the living room was on, turned to some channel running back-to-back Christmas movies. I could hear it from the hallway as I pulled on my work polo. A canned laugh track floated through a wall, followed by a piece of dialogue about someone not believing in Christmas anymore. Fake snow fell in big, unreal flakes across the screen, throwing flickering light over the family photos on the walls. At the kitchen table, my dad sat with his mug, reading the local paper like it contained answers it never had. He was halfway through the sports section and had already underlined something in red pen, like the Browns' performance was a personal affront. My little sister, little only by a few years, not in attitude, was leaning against the counter scrolling through her phone, earbuds in, mouthing along to a song that did not match the movie on TV. The dishwasher was already running, humming and sloshing. There were more dishes than usual for that early in the day, evidence of my mom's 6 a.m. baking blitz. She moved between oven and counter with a speed and purpose that made the kitchen feel smaller. Pans scraped. Cabinet doors thumped. The fridge door sucked open and shut with that particular sound that meant someone was letting cold air out faster than the compressor liked. I came in from the hallway, tucking my shirt in, and the warmth from the oven hit me in the face. My work jacket hung over my arm. The red Greenfield logo on my chest looked out of place in a room full of snowflake-patterned dish towels and a table runner embroidered with reindeer. My mom glanced up from the mixing bowl she was attacking and let out a small sigh. "They really could not give you an earlier shift?" she asked, as if this were a fresh injustice and not something we had been over twice already. "You are going to miss dinner. Your aunt is bringing the ham this year. She never brings the ham." "They need someone on nights," I said, which was true and also not the whole truth. Tom says I get time and a half. Mom made a face like time and a half was an insult instead of bribery. Time and a half does not keep the roads from freezing, she said. They could at least have you off by 9. People should be home on Christmas Eve, not buying last-minute junk. That is retail, my dad said from behind his paper, not looking up. You want the paycheck? You work the holidays. It is how they get you. At least you are not at the hardware store. They close at 6 and still pay like trash. He said it in a tone that meant the conversation was, in his mind, balanced and done. One complaint, one practical counterweight. I could feel my mom's eyes flick toward him and back, a small flash of irritation that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with the fact that he would be off his feet by 4 and she would be cooking for 8 people while I was wiping down counters under fluorescent lights. It is just one evening, I said, more to break the tension than because I believed it. I will go by Aunt Laura's after my shift if they're still awake. I'll steal leftover ham. You will be lucky if there is anything left, my sister said without taking out her earbuds. Uncle Steve already called dibs on the good parts. I stuck my tongue out at her. She did not look up, but her mouth twitched. The TV in the next room changed to a commercial. Jingles spilled into the kitchen, voices too bright talking about last-minute sales and extended store hours. I could feel the words, "open late," lodge in my stomach like a stone. There was a weird mix of feelings sitting under my ribs that morning. On one hand, I was annoyed. It was my first year working Christmas Eve, and even though I had not made a big deal of it, there was a part of me that wanted to sulk. It felt unfair that while everyone else was sitting around a table arguing over whose turn it was to say grace, I would be ringing up batteries and discount wrapping paper for strangers who had managed their time worse than we had. On the other hand, there was this small, stubborn thread of pride winding through the irritation. I was 19, technically an adult, with a name tag and a job, while my cousins were just starting to figure out dorm laundry rooms and meal plans. I was earning money that got direct deposited into an account with my name on it. Working a holiday felt like proof of something, like I was being initiated into the real world. Complaining about it too much would have felt ungrateful, like I was spitting on the paycheck I had already mentally spent. There was also, if I am honest, the guilty relief that came with having an excuse. My dad's side of the family did Christmas big and loud. Too many people in too small a house. Everyone talking over each other. The same arguments resurfacing over politics or money or ancient grudges no one remembered the start of. I loved them, but the idea of spending 6 straight hours in Aunt Laura's overheated living room, trapped between the TV, the tree, and my uncle's tipsy stories made my skin crawl. Being able to duck out of that with a legitimate, "sorry, I have to work," felt like cheating and winning at the same time. Outside, through the thin front windows, I could hear the neighborhood starting to wake up. Car engines turned over reluctantly in the cold. Someone scraped at their windshield with a plastic scraper, the grating staccato sound puncturing the muffled calm. A dog barked twice and then stopped, told off by a voice we could not hear. Mom slid a tray into the oven and closed the door with a solid whoomp. She wiped her hands on a dish towel and turned fully to look at me for the first time since I walked in. "Text me when you get off, okay?" she said. Her voice dropped a little, threading under the noise of the dishwasher and the TV. I know they salt 17. but the side roads ice fast. If it gets bad, maybe your dad can come get you." "I will be fine," I said automatically. "They'll plow. It's not even that bad out yet. Still," she said, and there was that edge of insistence that cut past teenage eye-rolling. "Just let me know when you are in your car, please." "Yeah," I said, "I promise. I'll text." There is no way to describe the look she gave me then without making it sound larger than it was, like some prophetic thing from a movie. It was not. It was just my mother, tired and worried, and wanting to keep her kids safe during winter. Her eyes flicked from my face to the clock on the stove and back, calculating drive time, shift time, road conditions the way moms do without realizing. "Okay," she said finally, like she had made a deal with herself. "Eat something before you go." She turned back to the counter, to the bowl and the recipes, to the things she could control. My dad flipped a page in the paper. The TV switched from commercials back to a scene with carolers on a fake snowy street. My sister's thumbs moved fast across her phone screen, sending messages to people who were not in the room. I poured myself coffee, more milk than my dad would approve of, and stood there for a moment just listening to the house. The TV's canned laughter, the low rumble of the dishwasher, the scrape of chair legs as my sister sat down. Outside, another car starting. Inside, the ticking of the clock above the stove, counting down minutes until I had to leave. I knew that in a few hours, I would be in a very different kind of quiet. Not the layered noise of a house full of life, but the hollow, humming emptiness of a store that stayed open later than it needed to. The fluorescent buzz over my head instead of the chatter of family. The only music coming from ceiling speakers that did not care if anyone was listening. At 19, standing in that warm kitchen, I thought the worst part of my night would be boredom and the idea of missing my aunt's ham. I nodded at my mom, grabbed my jacket, and told her again I would text when I got off. I did not know, locking the front door behind me and stepping into the sharp cold, that a few hours later she would be sitting at that same table, staring at her phone between conversations, waiting for a message I was not in any shape to send on time. 3.2. When the crowd disappears. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, Greenfield felt like the last stop on the way to salvation. The sky outside was a pale, flat gray, the kind that never quite turns into daylight in winter. Snow came down in small, persistent flakes, not dramatic enough to be pretty, just enough to smear the view through the front windows. The parking lot was a churned-up mess of slush and tire tracks, cars jockeying for spots close to the doors. From behind the register, I watched people shiver in, hunch-shouldered, breath fogging, eyes already scanning for what they had forgotten. The speakers overhead were louder than usual, cranked up a couple notches for holiday spirit. Christmas songs tripped over each other, jostling for attention. All I Want for Christmas Is You bled into a shouty rock version of "O Come All Ye Faithful," which then dissolved into a pop rendition of Jingle Bells with a beat you could almost dance to if you were not standing under fluorescent lights. Someone, somewhere in the middle aisles, was humming along off-key. Every so often, their voice would rise above the music for a bar or two and then vanish, like they were surfacing for air. The smell of the store had changed for the day, too. Under the permanent layer of cleaner, plastic, and stale air, there was a haze of perfume samples from the cosmetics section. Sharp florals and sugary, fruity clouds people had sprayed on little white strips and then stuck in pockets. A customer had left a travel mug of coffee near the front of the counter, forgotten in the rush. The steam curling from the lid added a bitter, roasted note to the mix. My job in that chaos was simple and endless. Ring up, bag, smile, repeat. Wrapping paper, bows, tape, batteries for toys, cheap gifts from the end caps, milk, eggs, cranberry sauce someone's spouse had sworn we already had at home. People dumped everything on the belt with the same rushed guilt, apologizing for being last minute, even as they stacked impulse candy on top. Merry Christmas, I said so many times the words lost their meaning and turned into a sound my mouth made automatically when I handed over a receipt. Between customers, my gaze kept sliding past the people at my counter to the slice of parking lot visible through the front doors and the narrowed angle of the monitor behind me. The black SUV was there, again, in its usual spot at the far edge of the lot, half buried now, a low mound on wheels under the flickering light. Snow had piled around its tires, softening the lines until it looked less like a vehicle and more like something growing out of the asphalt. Sometimes its windshield caught the glow from our sign. Sometimes it was just a dark absence beneath the buzzing lamp. I never saw anyone walk to or from it in all the time I was there that afternoon. It just sat, pointed toward us, as if it had taken root. From 4 to 7, time went fast. It was a blur of scanner beeps, plastic bags crackling, the forced cheerfulness of small talk. One mom confessed she had wrapped empty boxes to put under the tree because the real presents were still in a UPS truck somewhere. A man in a work jacket grabbed a bottle of cheap whiskey, a disposable razor, and a pack of socks, paid in crumpled bills, and wished me a quiet night with the kind of look that said he knew I would not get it. By 7, the flow started to thin out. Families stopped coming in as units. Instead, exhausted parents wandered in alone, dark circles under their eyes, clutching lists on folded paper. Truckers appeared, identifiable by their heavy boots and the way they scanned the cooler doors like they were reading a menu of survival. The cart rattles grew less constant. The lull between door chimes stretched longer. Outside, the Walmart next door still glowed like a spaceship. Its sign was a huge, steady block of white and blue in the snow, and the area nearest its doors stayed busy. Cars cycled in and out, carts lined up. On our side of the lot, it was a different story. One by one, the cars near our doors left. Their taillights smeared red across the wet pavement as they pulled away, disappearing onto Route 17. The black SUV did not move. Inside, the sound changed in a way you could feel as much as hear. The noise did not cut off all at once. It bled out in stages. The chorus of voices dropped out first. The overlapping conversations, children pestering for candy, the murmur of people arguing softly about prices. Then the mechanical layer. Fewer carts squeaking, fewer items thumping down on the belt. In the space they left behind, the music grew clearer, no longer competing with human sound. The ceiling speakers that had been background all day became the main event. I could hear every scratch in the recording, every little click at the start of a track. The songs themselves seemed to slow down, even though I knew they were not. Around 9:30, the last clump of customers filtered out. A couple with matching sweaters left with a single bag, arguing quietly about whether they had enough wine. A teenager bought a pack of gum with change dug from every pocket, then stared at his phone all the way out the door. The chime sang its bright, indifferent ding as they crossed the sensor beam, and then the doors closed. There is a moment every night in a store like that when the crowd truly disappears. You can mark it. It is not on the clock, exactly, but in the way the air feels in your lungs. 1 second, there is still the ghost of conversation hanging around, the after images of people moving through aisles. The next, it is just you and a big humming box full of things no one wants to touch anymore. I remember standing at the register with my hands on the edge of the counter, looking out and realizing I could literally hear the difference. The overlapping noise of carts, kids, and chatter was gone. In its place was the slow tide of mechanical sounds, the low rumble of the HVAC system pushing warm air through the vents, the occasional clunk and sigh when it switched cycles, the distant whir of the freezer compressors, the soft, intermittent click of the automatic door's sensor resetting itself, waiting for a new body to break its invisible line. The music, stripped of human cover, sounded wrong. A children's choir singing Silent Night floated over empty aisles, their pure little voices echoing off shelves of shampoo and antacids. It made the whole place feel like a church where all the congregation had left, but the organist had not noticed. At 10 on the dot, the pharmacy gate came down. I heard it before I saw it, a metallic rattle and clang that cut across the carol mid-verse. I turned in time to see the metal security shutter slide down over the pharmacy window, Rob guiding it into place with one hand while holding a stack of labeled bags in the other. He flipped the latch, locked it, and then stepped around the half door, shrugging into his heavy coat. The bright white of his lab coat vanished beneath it, swallowed by dark fabric. "That's me," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Merry Christmas, kid." "You too," I said. "You doing anything big?" He smiled in a tired way, lines deepening around his eyes. "Fireplace, sugar-high children, my wife forcing us to watch that claymation special from the 70s, he said. "You know, the good stuff. I'll be passed out in my chair by 11. Try not to get murdered before midnight, so I don't have to come back in on my day off." "Deal," I said, forcing a grin. Jenna had already slipped out a few minutes earlier, waving on her way past with a "see you after Christmas." That sounded more hopeful than sure. Now it was just me and Rob at the front, under the slightly dimmed lights. He clapped me on the shoulder as he passed. "You got this," he said. "If it's dead, restock snacks. If it's chaos, hit the button. Either way, keep the cameras on. They make corporate feel like they're in control." I watched him head toward the back hallway, the soles of his shoes making that familiar hollow sound on the floor. For a moment, he paused at the end of the aisle and looked back toward the front doors, toward the empty lot and the smear of the SUV in the distance. His eyes flicked to the monitor, then to me. "Text your mom when you get out," he said. "Roads look slick on my way in." "I will," I said again. He nodded, like that was all he could do, and disappeared around the corner. A few seconds later, I heard the heavy thunk of the back door closing. The sound echoed briefly through the stockroom, then died. And just like that, the store belonged to me. The difference was immediate. It was not about Rob being loud. He was not. It was about the invisible thread of connection that snapped when the last other person with a key and a title walked out. I could feel it in the way the building seemed to expand around me, the aisles stretching out, the ceiling feeling a little higher and farther away. At the front, under the hum of the lights, I stood behind the register and listened to Greenfield breathe. Music, HVAC, the occasional click from the door. Somewhere in the distance, the faint rattle of a shopping cart on Walmart's side of the lot, almost swallowed by the snow. Outside, in the far corner of the camera feed, the black SUV waited under its broken light, half buried, its windows dark. 3.3. The SUV and the side of the building. By 10:15, the store felt hollowed out. The registers were balanced, the aisles were mostly straightened, and every customer who came in looked surprised the place was still open. A guy in a reflective vest had wandered through a few minutes earlier, grabbing an energy drink and a bag of chips, paying in cash without making eye contact. When the doors slid closed behind him and the chime gave its little lonely ding, I watched his taillights disappear toward Walmart's brighter glow and realized I had not seen another human face in at least 10 minutes. Now it was just me at the front register, the hum of the lights, and the endless small tasks Tom expected me to do when the store was dead. I straightened the impulse racks, tiny hand sanitizers, chapsticks, candy bars in their neat little rows, pushing everything to the edge so it looked full. I restacked the gift cards, making sure the logos all faced forward, even though I doubted anyone left was going to buy Happy Holidays credit tonight. My vending machine soda sweated on the counter beside the register. I took small sips just to have something to do with my hands. Every few minutes, I checked my phone. No new messages. The signal in the store was always a little weak, like the building did not want anyone talking to the outside world more than necessary. I flicked past a couple of social media posts from friends at parties or already at family gatherings, smiled without humor at a cousin's photo of a crowded living room and a giant ham, and slipped the phone back into my pocket. When nothing else demanded my attention, my eyes inevitably climbed to the monitor. Camera 1. Front doors and a thin piece of sidewalk outside. Empty. The glass reflected our own lights more than it showed anything beyond them. Snow streaked across the view as white static, the flakes closest to the lens blurring together into a soft, restless fog. Camera 2. The seasonal aisle, a grainy tunnel of tinsel and cardboard. From that angle, it looked like a long throat lined with decorations. No customers, no movement, just the occasional flick of a shadow when the HVAC stirred the hanging garlands. Camera 3. The parking lot. The black SUV sat in the same spot it had claimed all week, under the single flickering lot light. Snow fell heavier now, the flakes thicker, swirling in unstable patterns as the wind shifted. In the camera's eye, it looked like the air itself was full of static, the kind of old TV snow that used to mean no signal when I was a kid. The SUV's windows were dark, blank rectangles. Snow had started to creep up along the base of the doors, gathering in soft drifts against the tires. It looked half buried, more part of the landscape than something that could move. I had started to think of it as a fixture, something that would still be there if the building burned down around us. Then, for the first time since I had been paying attention, I saw one of its doors open. On the monitor, the driver's side door eased outward in a slow arc. There was no flare of interior light, no puff of visible exhaust that I could pick out from the falling snow. Just the dark slice of an opening appearing against the darker body of the vehicle. A figure stepped out. The camera angle only caught them from about mid-torso down, cutting off their head and shoulders. Long legs and dark pants, boots planting carefully on the slick asphalt. From the way the coat hung, heavy and straight past the hips, I knew without seeing the upper half that it was the same gray coat I had watched pacing outside our doors days earlier. They closed the door. At least, the outline of their body shifted in a way that suggested the movement. The door's edge seemed to snap back into place. Then they began to walk, not toward the entrance. They did not angle across the open space toward our doors like any normal person coming into a store. Instead, they moved along the far edge of the lot, parallel to the building. Their boots left no visible marks in the camera's half-light, just a subtle shifting of shadow as they went. The figure hugged the outside reach of the lot's glow, hovering at the border where the lamppost's circle of sickly orange light frayed into darkness. Inside the store, the music changed. The upbeat pop carol that had been tumbling along overhead cut off mid-verse with a tiny click from the speakers. For a breath, there was nothing but the underlying hum of electricity and the steady drone of the coolers. Then a new track began, slower and older. A choir of voices rose in a minor key hymn, something traditional and heavy, the kind of thing you hear in an old church. The sound crawled into the empty corners of the store and sat there, making the fluorescent lighting feel suddenly too bright. At the same time, the fan in the ceiling vents whirred to a stop. The thin rush of warm air that had been moving across my neck vanished, leaving my skin prickled. Without the faux wind, there was nothing between me and the music but space. On the monitor, the gray legs continued their slow progress toward the side of the building. I had to remind myself to breathe. "Where are you going?" I murmured under my breath, as if the figure could hear me. The question felt stupid as soon as it left my mouth. I watched them walk right out of camera 3's frame. One step, 2, 3, then gone. Just a blank stretch of lot. The SUV alone again, under its flickering light, now with its door hanging slightly out of true. If I had looked away, even for a moment, I might have missed the fact that anyone had ever been there at all. Logic said that if they kept going along that path, they would come up along the sidewall of Greenfield, near the dumpsters and the narrow walkway that led to the back door. We had a camera there too. I reached over the buttons on the DVR panel behind the register and punched the one that would switch feeds. The monitor swapped views with a small flick, bringing the side alley into focus. Camera 4 showed the narrow strip of asphalt that ran between our building and the low retaining wall that separated us from the next property. Snow had blown in there in uneven drifts, mound against concrete, bare patches where wind had scraped down to the dark ground. The hulking shadow of the dumpster squatted near the back door, metal sides streaked with rust and old grime. The rear wall of Greenfield loomed to the left, featureless brick except for the plain steel of the exit door and a small, dark vent higher up. There was nothing else. No movement, no figure, no sign of anyone walking along the side. I squinted at the screen, as if I could force the pixels into revealing more than they were willing to show. The hymn above me rolled into its second verse, voices rising and falling, like someone breathing slowly in their sleep. Maybe I misjudged the timing, I thought. Maybe the camera lag is worse than I realized. Maybe they stopped to look at something, or turned back toward the main lot. Or a prickling feeling crawled up the back of my neck when I glanced back to camera 3. The SUV's door was shut, not half shut, not hanging open a crack. It was closed, seamless in the outline of the vehicle. The snow on the ground around it looked undisturbed, smooth as if nothing heavier than the falling flakes had touched it. The parking lot seemed utterly still, except for the constant drift of white under the light. No figure in a gray coat. No sign of anyone between the cars. No motion at all. I stood there for a long moment, with my hand resting lightly on the edge of the counter, trying to reconcile what I had just watched with what I was seeing now. I had seen the door open. I had seen someone step out. I had watched them walk along the border of the lot, away from the entrance. Maybe the camera had looped. Maybe the feed was delayed, and I was mixing up what I had seen and what I was seeing. Maybe I was simply tired, and my brain was playing catch-up in all the wrong ways. My fingers drifted back to the button for camera 4. I pressed it again. The side alley filled the screen. Dumpster, wall, snow. Then just for a split second, a fraction of a second really, the picture tore. It was not a full glitch, not the rolling wave we sometimes saw when the cables were loose. It felt more like a skipped frame in an old movie. The image jerked, a blip of static at the top of the screen. And in that sliver of interruption, the alley changed. A figure stood at the edge of the building, pressed so close to the wall, it looked almost two-dimensional. The gray coat I had seen outside blended into the brick, but the outline was unmistakable. Shoulders rounded, head tipped forward, facing the wall. Their arms were at their sides, but there was something wrong about the angle, like they were either shoving themselves against the brick or trying very hard not to touch it at all. The next instant, the picture popped back. The figure was gone. Just brick, dumpster, snow, as if the alley had never held anything else. I blinked hard, heart suddenly thudding in my throat. For a second, I thought maybe I had imagined it entirely, but the afterimage of that coat against the wall hung in my vision, like the lingering shape you get after staring at a bright light too long. "There is no door on that side," I said quietly, to no one. It was true. The only exterior doors were the front entrance and the back loading door. The side wall was just that, a wall. No break, no emergency exit, no way in or out that did not involve brick and a lot of force. Anyone walking along that path should have shown up clearly in the side camera's view for more than a single, impossibly sharp frame. Camera lag, I told myself, clinging to the words. Glitch. Old feed jumping in. Piece of junk system, like Rob said. My stomach did not believe me. There was a heavy drop in it, like stepping down onto a stair you thought was there and finding air instead. I looked up at the clock above the pharmacy window. The red digits read 10:42, a little more than an hour until I could lock the doors, count the register, and go home. An hour, and some change of music, empty aisles, and my own thoughts to fill the space. I took a long drink of my soda, the carbonation burning a path down my throat, and forced my eyes away from the monitor. I straightened another row of candy, adjusted a stack of receipts, and told myself that as long as I could see every inch of that store from where I stood, nothing could happen I would not be ready for. By 11, I had almost convinced myself that was true. 4.1, the tap on the glass. By 11 o'clock, the store felt like it was running on afterthoughts. The Christmas playlist had looped so many times that the seams between songs had worn thin. I could predict the order now. Upbeat, slow, choir, something jazzy, repeat. The volume felt lower than it had earlier, turned down either by Tom before he left or by some automatic setting. It hovered just above silence, enough to keep the air from feeling completely dead, but not enough to hide the building's own noises. The heater exhaled steadily through the vents, a dry, whispering rush that came in cycles. I could feel it more than hear it. Warm air brushing the back of my neck when I leaned a certain way. Every few minutes, the unit clicked as it switched off, the whisper cutting mid-breath, leaving behind a faint ringing in my ears until it kicked on again. Near the doors, the automatic sensor made its small mechanical noise as it reset itself. It was a tiny sound, a soft click somewhere in the metal, followed by a barely audible whine as the door's motor stayed ready. If you did not know what it was, you could mistake it for the building clearing its throat. It had been at least 20 minutes since my last customer. The clock above the pharmacy window glowed 11:02 in red digits. My bladder felt like it was filled with soda and nerves. The rule about not leaving the front when alone sat in my head like a scolding parent. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, trying to convince myself I could wait another hour. Boredom crawled under my skin. Tiredness made my eyes feel dry and hot, like I had been staring at the same little rectangle of the world for too long. The store felt too big. In the day, with people moving through the aisles and carts banging into each other, Greenfield's size made sense. At 11, with no one there but me, it was like standing alone in a hollowed-out organ. Long, echoing corridors, everything waiting for sound that was not coming. The aisles stretched away from the counter like empty streets. The light at the far end of each one might as well have been miles away. I was in the middle of debating whether I could risk a sprint to the bathroom and back if I propped the door open and kept an ear on the chime when I heard it. A delicate tick on the glass. It was small enough that it almost folded into the other noises in the room. A sound like a coin lightly tapping a window, or a jacket zipper brushing against it. Not the heavy thud of a hand, not the sharp crack of someone knocking. Just one tiny, precise impact. My head snapped up. At first, I saw nothing but the reflection of the store. The front windows had turned into mirrors hours ago, throwing my own image back at me under the open sign's faint red glow. The double doors sat in the middle, closed, the rubber seams between them forming a dark vertical line. Beyond that, outside, the world was a blur of gray and orange. Snow, streetlights, the smeared outline of the lot. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw him. He was standing a little off-center, under the overhang that jutted out above our entrance. Not quite in the direct wash of the parking lot light. Not quite in the deep shadow near the wall. Tall, shoulders straight, but there was something in the way he held himself that suggested a hunch, like he had been out in the cold for a long time. He wore a long gray coat, the same kind of heavy winter thing I had watched get in and out of the SUV on the cameras. The hood was up, shadowing most of his head. Snow speckled the shoulders and sleeves, clinging in small white clusters that should have been melting under the overhang but were not. His boots were dark and wet, standing in a thin crust of trodden snow just beyond the invisible line where the doors would slide open if he stepped forward. He was staring straight at me. Even through the glass, even with the reflections and the distance, I could feel his gaze lock on. His head did not tilt, did not cock to one side like someone trying to read a sign. It was a straight, unwavering line from where his face was hidden in that hood to where I stood behind the register. For a moment, everything else fell away. The music blurred into a background drone. The heater's whisper turned into a humming silence. There was just the faint buzz of the neon open sign to the right of the door, its letters glowing a tired red, and the sense of being looked at too directly by someone who had chosen not to blink. I realized my hand had gone to the edge of the counter, fingers curling under it near where the panic button waited. The instinct embarrassed me, even alone. I forced my shoulders to unknot. This is just a guy, I told myself. Late shopper. Maybe waiting for the doors to open. As if on cue, the automatic doors came to life. There was a soft series of sounds. A tiny relay click somewhere above. The gentle whine of the motor. The rubber edges peeling apart. The glass panels slid sideways with their familiar hiss, parting to welcome him in. A little roll of cold air pushed in with the movement, carrying the sharp, clean smell of outside, the metallic tang of snow, the faint exhaust from the few cars still out on the road. He stepped through. Up close, the coat looked heavier, the fabric darkening where it had gotten wet. The hood still hid most of his head. All I could see was the pale lower half of a face, a jawline that might have been ordinary in better light. Snow clung just below the hem of the hood, like it had built up there and stuck. His boots made no sound that I could separate from the door's last shutter, but I could see the wet prints they left on the mat as he crossed the threshold. He did not shake off the snow. Most people did that without thinking. A quick shrug of the shoulders, a stomp of boots, a swipe at their jacket. He let the flakes sit, melting slowly down the sleeves, darkening the fabric in irregular patches. He did not look around. That was the part that sat wrong immediately. Every customer, no matter how self-absorbed or focused, lets their eyes wander at least once when they enter a place like that. They scan for the pharmacy sign, the candy, the sale tags. They glance up at the lights or down at the floor. They at least flick a look toward whoever is behind the register, out of habit if nothing else. His eyes, what I could see of them under the hood's shadow, stayed fixed. They did not travel over the displays or flick toward the sale signs we had taped up crookedly. For a second, they were on me, and then they dropped a fraction, like he was looking at the space directly in front of the counter rather than at my face, as if he were measuring distance, not acknowledging a person. "Evening," I said, "because that is what you are taught to do." My voice sounded too loud, scraping against the soft music. He did not answer. He walked past the counter, boots leaving small, wet crescents on the tile. His coat swayed slightly with each step, heavy fabric moving in a slow rhythm. No cart, no basket. His hands were hidden somewhere inside the coat's pockets, or maybe pressed along his sides under the fabric. The overhead lights caught the top edge of something red near the back of his hood, but when I blinked, it was gone, swallowed by the gray. I watched him angle not toward the pharmacy, not toward the obvious aisles like cold medicine or snacks, but toward the middle of the store. He reached the junction where the main path split and took a left without hesitation, disappearing into one of the center aisles. From the front, all I could see were the tops of the shelves, cards, some household supplies, a partial view of the seasonal aisle's mouth farther over. The doors slid shut behind him with their soft exhale. The open sign buzzed on, indifferent. For a few seconds, I stood very still, listening. The heater breathed. Somewhere in the back, one of the cooler units kicked on with a heavier rumble. The Christmas song overhead slid into a quiet instrumental piece, all delicate piano and bells. I strained to hear footsteps on tile, the small sounds of someone picking up items, the rattle of a basket. Nothing reached me clearly enough to separate from the building's own noises. This is fine, I told myself. Just another weird, late-night shopper. People act strange when they are tired. Maybe he is shy. Maybe he is high. Maybe his social skills are buried under whatever brought him out here at 11 on Christmas Eve. I let my fingers curl away from the underside of the counter and moved my hand back to the scanner, forcing my shoulders to loosen. The cameras would see him, I reminded myself. If he did anything odd, anything actually dangerous, the domes in the ceiling would record it. The panic button was a few inches from my hand. The phone was an arm's reach away. Still, as the minutes stretched and the hymn wound on, the store felt larger than it had any right to feel. The aisles seemed to deepen, turning into long, bright tunnels where one man in a gray coat could vanish in 3 steps and not reappear again. 4.2. Eyes Through the Shelf. At first, I thought the noise was part of the song. The track overhead had slipped into another lazy instrumental, some slow piano version of a carol I could not name. It draped itself over the aisles, notes running together in a way that made the edges of everything feel slightly soft. Underneath that, the normal night sounds carried on. The low, continuous hum of the coolers, the periodic breath of the heater, the faint tick from the automatic door resetting. Then, somewhere between the second and third verse, I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. It was small, sharp, and wrong. Too precise to be a shelf settling, too rhythmic to be something falling. It sounded like the end of a long object, maybe a piece of plastic, maybe wood, being tapped deliberately against metal or hard plastic. The kind of sound someone makes when they are impatient and want you to know they are there without saying anything. I held my breath, thinking maybe it was my imagination stitching sounds together. The store exhaled around me. The piano tune flowed on. The heater's fan whispered warm air across the back of my neck. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was clearer, threading through the music like a code. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps again. Not frantic, not random, just steady, like someone following their own internal tempo. I straightened behind the counter, craning my neck to scan the aisles from where I stood. From the front, all I could see were the tops of the shelves, the aisles stretching back in parallel lines. No heads, no movement. The man in the gray coat had been gone from my direct line of sight for long enough that I had started to wonder if he had slipped out without triggering the chime somehow. But the sound said otherwise. "Sir?" I called, raising my voice just enough to carry. It bounced weirdly off the empty space. "We closed the front register at midnight. You doing okay?" My words were swallowed by the music and the humming machines. No answer came back. No shuffle of feet. No polite, "Yeah, I'm good," from between shelves. Just that tap, again, now shifted slightly. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like it had moved. Not closer, not farther, just over. If I had to point, I would have said it was coming from somewhere around aisle 3. I hesitated, then stepped out from behind the counter. The tile was colder on this side somehow. My steps felt too loud, soles squeaking faintly on the polished floor. As I rounded the end cap and peered down aisle 3, pain relievers on one side, cough drops and tissue boxes on the other, the tapping stopped. The aisle was empty. The bright overhead lights made the labels gleam. A faint chemical smell rose from the shelves, medicinal and sharp. I listened, straining. Nothing. Behind me, somewhere to my left, the tapping started again. Tap, tap, tap. Aisle 4. Now. That was where we kept cleaning products and paper goods. I cut across, heart beating a little too fast for something so small. As I stepped into aisle 4, the noise slipped away again, like it was dodging me. I stood there for a second, between stacked bottles of bleach and towers of toilet paper, feeling stupid and suddenly very aware of how long the aisle felt with no one else in it. The lights above seemed brighter from here, no longer filtered by distance. They cast hard shadows under the lower shelves, dark tongues reaching out onto the floor. Tap, tap, tap. This time it came from farther over. Aisle 5. "Come on," I muttered, trying to keep my voice in that bored employee register. "Sir, if you need help, you can just ask." The smell changed as I moved. By the time I stepped into aisle 5, the air had a sweetness to it that made the back of my throat itch. It was the candy aisle, the one that ran parallel to the seasonal section. One wall was lined with bags of chocolate, gummies, and neon-wrapped hard candies. The other wall, the one I faced, showed rows of gum and mints, breath strips, novelty sugar. The overhead lights made the colored packaging almost painfully bright. If you put your hand flat against the metal back of the shelf, you could feel a faint chill from the empty airspace on the other side, the seasonal aisle. There were small circular cutouts in the metal every few feet. Vent holes, maybe, or just part of the shelf's design. We used to joke that you could spy on coworkers through them if you lined your eye up just right. From the other side of that wall, softly, came the sound of sleigh bells. Not the random collision of bells when a display gets bumped. This was too controlled. A handful of seconds in between, then a cluster of delicate chimes, then another pause. It sounded like someone had a set of bells in their hand and was giving them short, intentional shakes, testing the sound. The melody overhead dropped into a quieter passage, making each jingle clearer. Tap, tap, jingle, jingle. I swallowed, mouth suddenly dry. The smell of artificial cinnamon, those cheap holiday candles and wax melts, seeped through the vents, thick and sweet, layering over the candy smell until the combination turned my stomach. It was like standing in the middle of a scented aisle in a store that had forgotten what actual air was. "Sir," I tried again, louder, my voice echoing off metal and tile. "We're closing in less than an hour. If you need to find something." More bells, closer, short bursts, like someone was answering me in a language made out of sound instead of words. Something in me decided that if I saw his feet, if I saw any piece of him where he was supposed to be, this would all slide back into normal weird. Late night shopper, strange behavior, story to tell later. So, stupidly, I crouched. I knelt down near the middle of the aisle, the candy shelf pressing cold against my shoulder. The floor was cooler down there, the tile stealing heat through my jeans. I leaned forward, bringing my face closer to the metal backing. The circular cutout stared back at me, a line of little dark holes about the size of a dime. On the other side of that thin sheet of metal was the seasonal aisle. In my head, I pictured the shelves mirrored, ornaments and candles where the candy bars were, sleigh bells roughly opposite where I knelt. If he was there, if anyone was there, I might catch a glimpse of boots moving past or pant legs shifting. Something ordinary. I hesitated, then lowered myself just enough to bring one eye in line with one of the holes. The edges of the metal were cold against my skin. I could smell dust in there, the accumulated grit of 1,000 stocking days. For a heartbeat, all I saw through the tiny circle was blurry light and shadow, unfocused shapes of the opposite shelf, I adjusted, inching a little closer, eyelid almost brushing the metal. Something moved on the other side, fast and smooth, aligning perfectly with me. An eye stared back at me through the hole, so close it felt like we were sharing the same small space. It was open too wide, the white showing all around the iris, which in the low light looked as flat and dark as the metal itself. The skin around it was pale and smooth, pressed just shy of touching the shelf. There was no context, no nose, no brow, no cheek, just that single, unblinking circle of vision, perfectly lined up with mine, as if it had been waiting there, inches away, for me to look. For a fraction of a second, we just looked at each other. Then the eye blinked, slowly. The lid lowered halfway, rose again. The movement was wrong. Not a normal, automatic blink, but something deliberate, like a rehearsed gesture. It slid sideways out of view, as if whoever it belonged to had simply drifted along the shelf, face still pressed practically flat against the metal. I jerked back so hard my head hit the edge of the shelf above me. A burst of pain flared at the back of my skull. I half stumbled, half scrambled to my feet, one hand going to the spot. Candy bags rustled as my shoulder clipped them. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears over the music, over the hum of the store. For a moment, all I could do was stand there in the middle of the aisle, breathing too fast, eyes locked on the metal backing as if it would peel away and reveal a face pressed there. The bells had stopped. The silence in their absence felt almost as loud as the sound had been. "Okay," I said, voice shaking more than I wanted. "Nope." The word barely left my mouth before movement at the far end of the aisle made me flinch. He stepped into view from the intersection, as casual as if he had just turned a corner looking for snacks. The man from the doors, the gray coat. Only now he was wearing one of our cheap plastic Santa hats from the seasonal aisle. It sat crooked on his head, tilted too far to one side. The white faux fur brim cut across his forehead, hiding part of his eyes in shadow. The red cone lopped over, the pom-pom hanging above one ear. The circular price sticker was still stuck to the brim, yellow and bright under the lights, the barcode visible from where I stood. He smiled when he saw me. It was technically a smile, lips pulled back, teeth showing. But the shape of it was wrong. The corners of his mouth stretched too far, flattening his cheeks in a way that made the skin bunch near his nose. His teeth were there but barely parted, clenched close enough together that the smile looked more like an effort than an expression. There was nothing in his eyes that matched the curve of his mouth. What I could see under the hat's shadow was flat, intent. He raised his arms slightly, elbows bent, hands hovering in front of his chest, like someone doing a cartoon sneaking pose. Then, in that exaggerated posture, he started to move toward me, not walking normally, tiptoeing. He lifted each foot carefully, planting it with exaggerated softness, shoulders bobbing in a mock sneaky rhythm. It would have looked ridiculous in any other context, like a bad impression of a thief in an old kid's cartoon. Here, with the hat still wearing its price tag and the fluorescent lights too bright on his face, it was straight up wrong. His boots made no sound I could hear over the music, but I could see the deliberate care in every step. The Santa hat wobbled slightly with each bounce, pom-pom swaying. He did not take his eyes off me. My throat felt tight. Training and something like instinct collided, and what came out of my mouth was the only shield I had: customer service. "Sir," I said, forcing my voice into that polite register even as it shook, "I'm going to have to ask you to stop messing around." 4.3. The chase to the back door. For a second, my stupid customer service brain expected him to stop. That is how it works 99 times out of 100. You draw a line, you put "Sir" in front of it, and even the weird ones usually blink and dial it down. They laugh it off. They pretend you are both in on some harmless joke. He did not stop. He kept coming in that same exaggerated tiptoe, arms bent in front of him like a kid pretending to sneak. His shoulders bounced with each step. The Santa hat wobbled on his head, price sticker flashing yellow-white under the lights. His eyes never left mine. Up close, the smile was worse. The muscles in his cheeks looked stretched, like they had been held in that shape too long. The corners of his mouth trembled almost imperceptibly, not from joy, but from effort. His teeth stayed clenched together, a pale, flat line behind the skin. Then he started making a sound. It was not a laugh, not really. More like someone trying to remember how to laugh based on a description. A soft, breathy giggle came out of his throat, high and broken. Huh, huh, huh. It skipped pitches, landing just slightly off where your ear expected it to. Sometimes it dipped lower, a weird humming vibration that buzzed in his chest before jumping back up again. It echoed in the aisle, bouncing off the boxes and hanging candy bags, too big for the space it came from. There was nothing else to drown it out. Sometime between my "stop messing around" and his first step forward, the music had cut off. Not faded. Stopped. The last note of whatever carol had been playing hung in the air, then dropped flat, leaving only the faint electrical hum of the lights overhead. The heater must have been between cycles, because its whispering breath was gone too. All that remained were our footsteps, and that awful, forced, almost laugh. My chest went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the thermostat. I started backing up. I kept my hands visible, palms half raised in that non-threatening way they show you in training videos. Even though every part of me wanted to turn and run full out, the instinct to keep the front of him in my line of sight was strong. Like some old animal part of my brain knew better than to turn my back on something that had just been playing hide-and-seek with its own eyes through a shelf. My sneakers squeaked lightly as I moved backward along the aisle. His boots stayed eerily quiet on the tile, despite the big, deliberate steps. The giggle hum followed me, never quite syncing with his mouth movements, as if someone had dubbed the sound in late. The lights above felt too bright now, glaring down on every scuffed patch of floor, painting shadows under the shelves that looked thick enough to hide things in. The sugary smell of candy and the heavy cinnamon stink from seasonal blended into something sickly sweet that clung at the back of my throat. I hit the end of the aisle sooner than I meant to and had to turn. The moment my eyes left him, the world lurched a little. I cut across the open floor toward the front counter, heart kicking hard. The register, the phone, the panic button, all of it was up there. Anchors in a reality that suddenly felt shaky. As I passed the seasonal aisle's mouth, I caught a glimpse of red tinsel shaking slightly, as if someone had grabbed it and let go a second before. By the time I reached the register, my fingers were already reaching under the edge of the counter, feeling blindly for the square of the alarm plate. The metal under my fingertips felt slick with sweat. I could feel my own breath coming too fast, shallow in my chest. I made myself look up. He stood at the mouth of the candy aisle, not moving. The tiptoe act was gone. His feet were planted shoulder-width apart, shoulders squared, arms hanging loosely at his sides. The Santa hat sat crooked on his head, pom-pom now drooping toward the other ear, but he did not reach up to fix it. The strained smile had dropped completely off his face. His mouth was a straight, flat line. His eyes, what I could see of them under the shadow of the brim, had narrowed, sharpening in a way that felt like a physical pressure. The sound stopped. No more fake giggle. No humming. Just silence, heavy and complete, stretching from where he stood all the way to me. Tonal flip, I thought, stupidly. The phrase popped into my head like I was watching something on a screen instead of standing inside it. He was never playing. That was for me. The realization landed with a weight that made my hand freeze over the panic button. The sneaking, the hat, the almost comical posture, that had not been him being crazy in some random, chaotic way. It had been a performance with a single-person audience. Me. Customer service evaporated right then. I was done being the polite employee, done pretending this was salvageable as a normal interaction. There was a line between weird but manageable and this ends with someone hurt, and I could feel that line under my feet, thin as wire. I pulled my hand away from the alarm. I did not call out to him again. I did not ask if he needed help. I did not tell him to leave. All of that would have meant staying where I was. All of that would have meant keeping this thing inside the building with me while I waited for someone else to decide if it was serious. I decided for myself. I moved sideways, keeping the counter between us as long as possible, and aimed straight for the front doors. The automatic sensor clicked as it picked up my movement. The mechanism whined, waking up. The doors shuddered slightly, then began to part. Too slowly. They had never seemed slow before. They had always just opened. Now, watching the gap widen inch by inch, it felt like time had gone syrup thick. Behind me, something changed. Boots hit the floor hard. The sound of his footsteps when he broke into a run was nothing like the careful, quiet steps from before. They were heavy, full-force impacts, pounding down the tile. The air behind me shifted with the sudden movement, like a small wind had come up out of nowhere. I did not have to look to know he was coming. The instinct was so strong, it was almost a physical sensation between my shoulder blades, a heat, a pressure. The Santa hat flashed in the corner of my vision as it flew off his head, flipping end over end. It hit the floor and skidded under an end cap, the pom-pom catching for a second before the whole thing vanished into the shadow beneath the shelving. The price sticker caught the light one last time and then was gone. The opening between the doors was still too narrow. The once soft hiss of their movement now sounded like a choke, like they were struggling. The rubber edges scraped against each other, then peeled away. I could feel the cold outside breathing toward me through a gap barely big enough to slice my body through sideways. Adrenaline did something sharp and ugly in my chest. Going for my car meant crossing the open lot, exposed. Too many feet between me and any kind of barrier. I pictured myself fumbling with my keys, the heavy footsteps exploding out of the doorway behind me. The image hit so hard, I could feel the phantom impact of hands on my back. At the last second, instead of committing to the half-open doors, I shoved off them and veered. I cut hard to the right, boot slipping slightly on the smooth floor, shoulder grazing the glass. I darted around the corner of the front counter, past the little island of impulse displays, and shot into the narrow hallway that led toward the stockroom and the back. The soundscape collapsed down to essentials. My own breath was suddenly huge in my ears, hot and ragged. The slap of my sneakers on the linoleum of the corridor came in sharp, 2 regular beats. Behind that, Heavier and irregular, another set of footsteps hammered against the floor. They hit a different rhythm than mine, almost catching up, then falling a fraction behind, like some offbeat echo that would not sync. The fluorescent strips in the hallway flickered once as I flew under them, a quick stutter that smeared motion into jerks for a heartbeat. The walls on either side felt too close, the bland beige roughness of them a blur at the edge of my vision. "Hey!" a voice behind me shouted once. I do not remember if it was a word or just a sound. I did not look back. The corridor turned left toward the stockroom, then right again toward the loading dock and the back door. I took the corners fast, my hand skimming the wall to keep balance. Boxes loomed in my peripheral vision through the open stockroom door, stacked silhouettes that looked like people hunched in the half-light. The pounding behind me drew closer in those last few yards. The sound of his boots hitting the floor, syncing with the pounding in my chest until I could not tell which was which. The back door was ahead, a plain metal slab set into the brick, painted a dull industrial gray. A push-bar handle ran across it at chest height. A small square window sat above the bar, too fogged with condensation to see much through it. A red exit sign buzzed faintly overhead. Every other night I had ever been back there, that door had been latched, the deadbolt thrown as soon as the last delivery was done. We had specific instructions: keep it locked, use the peephole, no exceptions. That night, as my hand hit the bar, it gave. The door flew outward under my weight, slamming open into a wall of freezing air. The sudden cold punched me in the lungs. My sneakers hit the threshold wrong and skidded on a thin sheen of ice that had built up where melting snow from delivery days had refrozen. For a terrifying second, my feet went out from under me, and I saw, very clearly, myself falling, bones cracking, his hands closing around my ankles. I pinwheeled my arms, caught the doorframe with my shoulder, and somehow stayed upright. The night outside was a blur of dark shapes and white breath. The loading area dimly lit by a distant pole light that did almost nothing to cut the shadows. The dumpster loomed to my left as a hulking, blacker mass against the gray. I stumbled fully out, kicked forward into the snow-packed ground, and spun back toward the door. It was still open. The corridor behind me was a strip of harsh light cutting into the dark. In the bright rectangle, I could see the shiny linoleum, the beige walls, the faint reflection of the exit sign. No person, no coat, no boots. But the footsteps were right there in the sound of my memory, close enough that I did not wait to confirm. I grabbed the inside edge of the door and yanked it closed with everything I had. Metal slammed against frame. The noise exploded in the small loading bay cavity, ricocheting off concrete and dumpsters. The impact shuddered up my arms into my shoulders. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the ring of that slam. Then something hit the other side. A heavy thud shook the door, like a shoulder or a full body colliding with it just a fraction too late. The metal vibrated under my hands. The force of it shoved a small grunt out of my chest. My fingers scrambled for the lock, slipping on cold metal as I tried to find the thumb turn. I found it and twisted. The deadbolt slid with a scraping, grindy sound that I had never noticed before, sinking into its socket. I held on to the lock like my hand alone could keep the door in place. I braced myself for what always comes next in stories like this: the pounding, fists slamming against metal, rage exploding on the other side. It did not come. Instead, after a moment of silence so complete I could hear the blood moving in my ears, There was a knock. Gentle, polite. 3 slow taps, spaced out just enough to feel intentional. Cock! 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 The sound traveled straight through the door, vibrating in the metal and the bones of my hand against it. It was not heavy. It was not frantic. It was the kind of knock you use on a neighbor's front door when you do not want to wake the whole house. My lungs froze. The night around me, cold and vast, seemed to press in closer. Then a voice spoke, low and too close to the other side of the door. "Hey," it said, almost conversational. My name came next, drawn out just a little, like he was tasting it. "You forgot to say, Merry Christmas?" The sound of my name blurred the boundaries of everything. I had not introduced myself, not once. I had not told him my name at the counter. There had been no, "Welcome to Greenfield, I'm spiel." The only place my name had existed in his line of sight was on the small plastic tag pinned to my chest. Black letters on white, the kind of thing you stop consciously seeing after the first week of wearing it. He had not been close enough to read it when he first came in. His eyes had not tracked there. When he had been in the aisle, when his eye had stared through the shelf at mine, there was no way to see the front of my shirt. In that moment, with my forehead resting lightly against freezing metal and my hand numb on the lock, the distance between what should have been possible and what I had just heard closed in like the air in my throat. I did not answer. I did not move. On the other side of the door, the silence waited, patient and heavy, as if whatever was standing there had all the time in the world. 5.1. Running to the light. I do not know how long I stayed pressed to that door. Long enough for the cold to work its way through my jacket and into my skin. Long enough for the sweat on my palms to cool and tacky dry on the metal. Long enough for the words he had used, my name, Merry Christmas, to loop themselves into something sharp that caught every time I tried to swallow. On the other side of the door, nothing else happened. No second knock, no shuffling footsteps, no muttered threats. Just the weight of someone or something standing too close and choosing silence. At some point, instinct overrode the paralysis. I stepped back from the door on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The loading dock around me looked wrong. Too bright in some places, too dark in others. The distant pole light cast a weak orange halo over the snow, leaving deep shadows in the corners. My breath came out in visible bursts, white clouds that vanished almost as fast as they formed. I checked the handle one more time, fingers finding the lock, making sure the deadbolt was really seated. It was. The metal was cold enough that my skin tried to stick to it. Then I turned and ran. The back of the Greenfield building was a long stretch of brick and concrete, broken only by the loading dock and a couple of small, high vents. Beyond that, the parking lot opened up, stretching toward Walmart's floodlit facade. Their big white letters glowed against the night, bright and steady. The contrast between that warm, ugly commercial light and the dim, sickly glow over Greenfield's side of the lot made the distance feel longer than it was. The snow underfoot was deeper than I expected. It grabbed at my sneakers, filling the spaces around my ankles, numbing my socks almost instantly. Every step made a thick crunch, louder than my own breathing. I headed toward the glow of Walmart at a half stumble, half sprint, the cold air burning my throat and lungs like I had been inhaling glass. Somewhere behind me, beyond the corner of the building, traffic moved along Route 17. Headlights swept past in pairs, their sound a soft, constant whoosh. I could not bring myself to look back at Greenfield's rear wall. I had a crawling certainty that if I did, I would see someone standing by the door I had just locked, head tilted, watching me run. The closer I got to Walmart, the more the world shifted back into something like normal. The hum of their massive HVAC units vibrated the air. The parking lot lights stacked the snow into sharp-edged shadows. A couple of cars still sat near the entrance, their engines idling, exhaust pluming upward. A kid pushed a line of carts toward the corral, the metal rattling and squealing across the asphalt. The automatic doors let out those faint, familiar sighs as people passed through them. By the time I hit their walkway, my legs felt like they were moving without my input. The warmth that rushed out when the doors parted almost knocked me backwards. Walmart at 11:30 p.m. on Christmas Eve was busy in its own weird way. Not crowded, but populated. A few families hung around the front registers. A guy in a reflective jacket argued quietly with a woman about a price check. A handful of people in pajama pants and coats stood in line at the self-checkout, scanning last-minute things. The fluorescent light was harsher than Greenfield's, a few shades bluer. For a second, the brightness and noise were physically painful. My eyes watered. My ears rang, buzzing on top of the building's hum. I went straight for the customer service desk. There was a woman there in a blue vest, flipping through a stack of papers, a walkie-talkie clipped to her shoulder. She started to give me the automatic welcome to spiel, and then stopped when she got a good look at my face. "I need to call the police," I said. My voice sounded strange, too thin in the open air. There's someone dangerous next door, in the pharmacy, Greenfield. He chased me. He was in the store." Her eyes flicked to my name tag, to my jacket, then to the doors, like she expected someone to burst through them after me. "Okay," she said, and whatever she saw in my expression was enough to erase the annoyed boredom from hers. She picked up the phone behind the desk, punching in a number with steady fingers. "We'll get somebody." While she talked to 911, her voice turning clipped and professional, reciting our shared location and phrases like "possible intruder" and "employee feels threatened." I stood there, fists clenched, feeling the adrenaline burn itself out of my muscles and leave a shaky emptiness behind. Walmart's soundtrack was different from Greenfield's. Some generic pop song drifted down from far overhead, more lyrics than melody, layered over the beeps of registers and the robotic voices of self-checkout machines telling people to place item in the bagging area. A toddler in a shopping cart seat whined about a toy. His mother shooshed him absently, eyes on her phone. A floor cleaner machine hummed somewhere in the middle distance. It was alive. In a way, my store had not been all night. I realized my ears were ringing not just from the noise, but from my own heartbeat, echoing in my head. My hands hurt. When I looked down, I saw that I had scraped one knuckle somewhere, probably on the doorframe. A thin line of blood was already drying, dark against my skin. "Sir?" the woman at the desk said, covering the phone with one hand. "They're sending units. They want you to stay here, okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," I lied. He chased me. He knocked on the back door. He knew my name." She blinked once, slowly. For a second, I thought she might not believe me. Then something in her shoulders sagged. "I hate this building sometimes," she muttered, mostly to herself. Louder, for me. You can stand back here until they come. Manager's on his way up front. You work next door, right? Greenfield? Yeah, I said. The word felt heavy in my mouth. Minutes stretched. Time got weird. I watched the automatic doors open and close. People moving in and out, oblivious to the way the night had tilted over on the other side of the parking lot. A couple laughed about forgetting stockings. An old man shuffled past with a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread cradled against his chest. A teenage cashier popped her gum behind a register, snapping it between her teeth in a steady rhythm. Then, faint at first, I heard sirens. They started as a distant wail, somewhere past the line of the highway, then grew louder, sliding up and down the scale as they approached. The sound hit the big waste of the parking lot and bounced, echoing between the flat faces of buildings. It made the big glass doors vibrate almost imperceptibly. Blue and red flickers showed up on the far edge of the windows, reflections against the polished floor. A couple of customers turned to look, curiosity more than concern in their faces. The woman at the service desk straightened, pressing the phone to her shoulder again to update whoever was on the line. The first cruiser pulled into the lot fast, tires hissing on the wet asphalt. Another followed. They swung around toward our side of the strip, headlights smearing everything into glare for a second before the cars settled into park near the shared curb between Walmart and Greenfield. The light bar on top of the nearest one threw color across the snow, red and blue strobes washing over the white and sick pulses. A manager in a darker blue vest appeared at my elbow, breathless, keys jingling at his belt. "You're the Greenfield kid?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. My voice wanted to shake. I held it down by force. "He's still in there." Or he was. I locked the back door, but okay, the manager said. He did not tell me it was fine. That helped more than any reassurance would have. 2 officers came in through the Walmart doors, bringing a gust of colder air with them. Their radios hissed softly at their shoulders. One was older, lines at the corners of his eyes, hair shaved close. The other looked only a few years older than me, but the uniform made the difference feel bigger. We talked. It is strange, in hindsight, how normal that part feels in my memory. I recited facts because that was what they wanted. Man, gray coat, Santa hat, late shift, back door, chase. I left out the part about the eye through the shelf. I was not sure how to fit it into sentences that would not get me written off as hysterical. I did mention him knowing my name. "Name tag," the older officer said, almost immediately. He could have read it. "It was dark," I said, "and I was running. He didn't get that close until the end." "Still," he said. He did not argue, but he slid that explanation into the space of the conversation, like he was offering me a safer story to pick if I wanted it. They asked if I was injured. I showed them the scraped knuckle. They wrote it down. They asked if he had a weapon. I said I had not seen one, but his hands had been hidden under the coat most of the time. "Okay," the younger officer said. "We're going to take a look. You said you came out the back? We'll start at the front with your manager here, work our way through. You can hang back. No need to go in until we clear it." The Walmart manager produced a spare key from his ring. Apparently they kept one for Greenfield for emergencies, which I had never known. And we all walked together across the strip. The transition from Walmart's bright, buzzing vestibule to the night outside felt sharp, like stepping from a crowded party into a church mid-sermon. The sirens had been cut, leaving only the low idle of the cruisers and the whisper of falling snow. The air bit at any exposed skin, cheeks and ears stinging. The SUV at the far edge of the lot was a dark presence under its broken light. I tried not to look at it. The front of Greenfield looked normal. The windows were dark. Our smaller, sadder open sign still glowed in the corner, but without the interior lights at full brightness, it looked anemic. The automatic doors were closed, rubber edges pressed tight together. Snow had built up along the bottom, a low ridge that no one had brushed away. The Walmart manager fumbled with the key at the side lock we hardly ever used, hands clumsy with cold and nerves. The older officer stood slightly ahead, one hand near his holster, but not resting on it, gaze scanning the glass. The younger one watched the parking lot. The key turned. The lock gave with a dull clunk. The manager stepped back, clearly uninterested in being first through. The officers went in. When the doors opened, a familiar smell rolled out. Cleaner, plastic, the ghost of cinnamon and candy. A different song had finally started up on the speakers. Low, someone crooning about home. The heater was on again, the first warm breath of it reaching my face as I hovered just behind the group. They moved in textbook style, or at least how I imagined textbook style looked. One officer swept the front area, the other angling toward the aisles. The light switches must have been timed because the place was already lit, bright and unforgiving. The seasonal aisle glowed in my peripheral vision like a wound. No one shouted clear. They did not draw their weapons. They just walked with purpose, eyes moving, checking corners that I had never thought of as corners before. The Walmart manager and I stayed near the registers, half in the doorway. It took less than 5 minutes for them to search the store. It felt a lot longer. They walked the aisles. They checked the bathroom. They pushed through the break room door. The vending machines hummed, spilling into the main space when it opened. One of them rattled the handle of the back door I had locked. The deadbolt held. When they returned to the front, their faces had the look I had been afraid of. The "I believe you are scared, but I do not see anything" look. "No one's in there now," the older officer said. "No signs of forced entry or exit, front or back. Your back door's locked. If he followed you out, he's gone." "The cameras," I said, the word coming out before I could think. "He was in the aisles. He chased me. The cameras would have caught him." The younger officer glanced at the monitor mounted behind the counter. 4 gray squares floated there, showing a very empty store. In the seasonal aisle frame, a couple of Santa hats lay on the floor near the sleigh bells hook, crumpled, tags showing. One of them was crushed flat, as if someone had stepped on it. "Manager will need to pull the footage," the older one said. "If there's something, we'll see it. For now, we'll file a report. If you see him again, anywhere, you call us immediately, okay?" He gave me the tone again, the one that tried to be both reassuring and final. The Walmart manager nodded along, already thinking about forms and liability. The store itself stood quiet behind them, aisles filled with boxes and cans and things that looked harmless, all of it sitting under lights that hummed like nothing bad had ever happened there. From where I stood, I could see the seasonal aisle clearly. The bells, still and neat. The hats on the floor, their red a little too bright under the fluorescence. If you had walked in cold and looked around, you would have said the place was just that. Cold, empty, boring. You would not have known that less than an hour earlier, someone had chased me through those aisles and pressed their eye to a hole in the shelf as if they had been waiting for mine to appear. 5.2. Watching myself on screen. Tom showed up looking like someone had pulled him out of a dream he was not finished with. He came through the front doors 20 minutes after the police had cleared the store. Coat half zipped, hair flattened weirdly on one side. His keys jingled too loud in the quiet. He gave me one quick, measuring look, then turned his manager face on for the officers. Apologetic, cooperative, just annoyed enough at the situation without directing it at anyone in uniform. "Sorry, officers," he said, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. "Got here as fast as I could. Long night, huh?" They did the small talk dance for a few seconds while he signed a form on the counter. Then we all migrated toward the back, a little procession. One officer, Tom, and me trailing behind, feeling like a ghost in my own store. The office in the back of Greenfield is smaller than people imagine. It is a dull, beige box, barely big enough for a desk, a filing cabinet, and the aging computer tower that runs more of the building than you would think. The air in there always smells stale, like burned dust and old paper. That night, the extra layer was cold. Bitter coffee from a half-empty pot someone had left on hours earlier. The fluorescent light in the ceiling buzzed steadily, a higher pitch than the ones in the rest of the store. It made the whole room feel like it was vibrating a little. Tom dropped into the creaky office chair with a sigh that he tried to keep quiet. The officer remained standing behind him, arms folded loosely, resting his hand near his belt, but not on anything specific. I pressed myself into the narrow strip of wall beside the door, close enough to see the monitor, far enough that I did not have to feel anyone else's breath on my neck. "Okay," Tom said, cracking his knuckles once. "Let's see what our state-of-the-art system caught." He woke the monitor with a tap. The screen flickered from black to the familiar split view of our 4 cameras. Each feed had a timestamp in the corner, the numbers small and dull green. Tom clicked into the DVR software with fingers that knew the pattern by muscle memory. "What time did you say?" he asked. "Right before 11 the guy came in," I said. My voice sounded thin even to me. Door tap, gray coat, Santa hat. I ran out the back at, I don't know, 11:20? 11:25? Around there. Got it. He dragged the timeline bar back, the footage rewinding in a blur of motion and changing numbers. Shelves twitched. People moved backwards. Doors opened and closed in reverse. He stopped at 10:55 p.m. West then nudged forward. "Here," he said. "We'll start a little before." He hit play. On the top left feed, the front entrance and a slice of sidewalk appeared in jittery motion. Snow blew sideways past the glass. Inside, in the top right, the main aisle showed an empty path, the overhead lights reflecting off polished floor. Bottom left, pharmacy, gate down, dark. Bottom right, seasonal aisle, tinsel and ornaments frozen in low-resolution detail, Santa hats neat on their hooks. I watched myself walk into frame behind the front counter. On screen, I looked smaller, flatter. The camera made me a little hunched, shoulders forward, head down toward the scanner. I saw myself straighten impulse displays, pick up my soda, glance at my phone. It was unnerving, seeing motions I barely remembered rendered as part of someone else's movie. The front door slid open at 11:01. There he was, the gray coat, the boots, the hood. He stepped through like nothing was wrong. Without audio, the moment felt surreal, silent. The camera caught him from above and slightly to the side, turning him into a tall smear of gray and shadow. but it was him. It had to be. I watched myself say something. My mouth moved in a quick shape that I knew was evening, and then watched him ignore it. On the screen, he did not glance my way. His head stayed angled down slightly, hat brim hiding his face. He walked past the counter, took that left turn, vanished down an aisle. "Okay," the officer murmured. "So he was here. That's something." We watched the feeds. From the front camera, most of what followed looked almost boring. Me behind the register, fidgeting, looking out across the store. No hint of the suspended feeling that had been inside my chest. No sense of the way the air had seemed to thicken. Tom switched the main view to the seasonal aisle camera and the candy aisle one where he could. On screen, the aisles were bright, static. The sleigh bells hung motionless for long stretches, then swayed once or twice when I brushed past. Nothing more. "Where's the part with the tapping?" I asked before I could stop myself. "System doesn't record audio," Tom reminded me. "Not on this setup, just video." Right. I knew that. It still felt wrong that the sound that had driven me out from behind the counter did not exist anywhere but in my head now. We watched the moment when I left the register and headed down the main aisle. From the fixed, indifferent point of view of the camera, it looked like any other employee walkthrough. I stepped into the painkiller aisle, peered down it, then moved on. The seasonal aisle feed in the bottom right corner looked normal, until it did not. When I moved into the candy aisle, the seasonal frame started to stutter. It was subtle at first, a little blockiness at the edges, pixels chunking together in loose squares. Then, as the timestamp ticked forward, a smear of glitch rolled down the frame like a wave. Shelves warped for a heartbeat, ornaments smudging into a vertical blur before snapping back. Every time I took a step deeper into the candy aisle, visible on another camera, the seasonal feed hiccuped a little more. The motion of the image, even though nothing obvious was moving in it, became jerky, like someone was dragging the file forward and backward by a few frames repeatedly. "Cheap hardware," Tom muttered, leaning closer. "Been telling corporate about this for months. See? Dropping frames." "Does it do that a lot?" the officer asked. "Sometimes when it's cold," Tom said. "Sometimes when it's Tuesday. Who knows?" We hit the point where I would have been kneeling, face pressed close to the shelf. The camera angle did not quite reach that far down. From its vantage point, all it captured was the top of my head and the curve of my shoulders as I crouched. You could see me lean, aligning my eye with one of the shelf's vent holes. The seasonal aisle feed showed the back of the corresponding shelf. Metal. Product. The faint shadow line where the shelf backing met the next rack. There was a patch of white in the middle of the frame, blown out brightness, as if a small area had overexposed for exactly 1 second. It was the size and shape of nothing obvious, not a reflection, not a glare, just a blank, featureless spot that flared and then vanished. "Is that—" I started. "Compression artifact," Tom said quickly, as if cutting off that question would make it not matter. "These old cams hate contrast. You put a bright spot next to a dark shelf, it freaks." From where I stood, it looked a lot like something had been there, pressed right up against the inside of the shelf, and the system had simply refused to show me what. We kept watching. On camera 2, I saw myself shoot up from the crouch, hand flying to the back of my head. The feed stuttered once more, then smoothed out. Seasonal went still again, everything in its place. Then came the moment I had dreaded and anticipated in equal measure. the appearance at the end of the aisle. On screen, as the main camera followed me down the candy aisle, he stepped into view at the far intersection. Coat, boots, Santa hat. The image stuttered for a second as he crossed the threshold into the frame. His legs were clear, his coat's lower half crisp enough to see the slight shift of fabric, but everything from the collar up looked wrong. Where his face should have been, the video turned into a smear. The system knew something was there. The pixels were moving, shifting. But instead of forming eyes, nose, mouth, it seemed to melt them together into a gray-brown mask. It was not like other low-res faces on the footage, where you can at least tell where features ought to be. This was almost aggressive in its refusal. The Santa hat was visible. Red cone, white brim, price sticker catching a little light. But the part inside the brim was a blur, as if someone had run a paintbrush through those pixels and then told the software to stop trying. "That's weird," Tom said quietly. "Usually it just makes people blocky. That's like censored or something." The officer leaned closer. "You sure you don't have a privacy filter thing? Some systems blur by default." Tom shook his head. "This is whatever corporate ordered in 2003 and never updated." We watched myself take a step back in the aisle. On screen, I looked small, cornered. The man did that tiptoe walk, exaggerated and odd. Even in the bad footage, the movement was clearly not normal. His blurred face tilted, watching. Then we got to the run. From above, it was almost comical. Me breaking into a sprint, cutting across the front of the store, slipping slightly on the tile. He followed, the gray coat flaring out behind him, steps heavy enough that even the camera shake seemed to pick them up. We watched me veer away from the doors and disappear into the hallway. A second later, he hit the same corner and took it fast, coat smearing out of the frame. Tom switched to the back hallway camera. There I was, barreling down the corridor, arms pumping. The timestamp in the corner ticked upward. 11:19:32, 11:19:33. He stepped into the hallway frame just as I cleared it. One shoulder, the edge of the coat, the hint of a boot. Then the footage jumped. The timestamp flickered, stuttered, and when the picture came back, it was 11:19:39. 7 seconds gone, just like that. The back door in the frame was closed. The corridor was empty. No coat, no legs, no me. Just the bland, beige walls and the exit sign glowing above the door. The camera did not show me hitting the bar, did not show the door flying open, did not show his shoulder slamming into the other side. The system had swallowed that entire slice like it had never happened. "See?" Tom said, gesturing at the gap, voice thin with relief he did not want to show. "Junk. It skips. We've had this before. Whole chunks just, eh?" The officer made a small, non-committal noise. He was watching the timestamp as much as the video now. We scrubbed back and forth a few times, but the missing seconds stayed missing. The only trace of that moment in the system was the jump in time, a stutter in numbers where my life had been busy happening. "All right," the officer said eventually, straightening up. "We can pull this and have someone look at it at the station. But as far as tonight goes, he's not in the building now. Your employee here did the right thing getting to safety." Tom nodded, eyes still on the screen. He dragged the timeline back again, more absently this time, letting the footage wind through the minutes leading up to it all. That was when we saw it. He had paused the playback somewhere around 10:55 earlier, and now the cursor dropped there again with a little click. On the monitor, the front register view filled most of the frame. I was behind the counter, alone, head bent towards something on the surface, probably my phone, or a receipt I was pretending to study. In the far left corner of the frame, just at the edge where the camera's field cut off, a sliver of space behind me was visible. The end of an aisle, the edge of a shelf, a thin strip of floor. In that strip, half obscured by the end cap, someone was standing. It was just a shape at first, tall, vertical, darker than the background. As Tom hit pause, it froze in place. He leaned in and brought the mouse to the zoom tool, enlarging that corner until the pixels went soft. The outline of a coat was there. Gray. The same flat, dull tone as every other time. The shoulder and part of an arm, just visible. Above it, cut off by the top of the frame, the faintest suggestion of something red and white, like the top curve of a Santa hat peeking into view, brim and cone. The timestamp in the corner read 10:56 p.m., 5 minutes before the front doors open, before the tap on the glass, before I saw him outside for the first time, before, according to everything I had just watched, he had entered the building at all. Must be a playback error, Tom said quickly, too quickly. Like a frame from later got mixed in, right? That happens. You get ghost frames sometimes when you... He looked at the officer for backup. The officer's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Could be a glitch, he said. Compression. Override error. Hard to tell on this old system. Both of them seemed eager to hang the word glitch over that corner of the screen like a curtain. I stared at the frozen figure, half there and half not, standing behind my on-screen self as I looked down at the counter, completely unaware. The angle was such that the camera should not have caught him there. The timeline was such that he should not have been there at all. It is one thing to have footage skip when something is happening. Missing time is easy to blame on failing hardware. It is another thing entirely to see something inserted into a moment that did not have it when you lived it. You cannot glitch in a person who was never recorded, I thought, watching that faint red shape hover above the gray coat. Not like that. Not in a system that is supposed to only show you what was in front of the lens. But there he was, standing just inside the frame, 5 minutes early, as if he had been waiting in the aisles long before he ever bothered to knock. 5.3. What they chose to ignore. The rest of that night broke into pieces. After we finished with the footage, the officer printed a copy of the incident report for me to sign. We moved back to the front of the store to do it, like the office was too small to hold anything more. He walked me through my own story, as if we were building a box together. Time. I started my shift. Time I first saw the man, what he was wearing, exactly how close he got, the route I took out of the building. Every detail that had felt jagged and loud when it happened sounded strangely dull when I spoke it into the form. He did not treat me like I was crazy. He did not roll his eyes or share a look with Tom over my head. He underlined certain phrases as I talked, pursued, felt threatened, locked myself outside. He wrote, "No known injuries" and "no visible weapon." When I told him about the knock on the back door and the way the man had said my name, he hesitated, then wrote that down too. "Could be a local," he said, once the pen stopped moving. "We get a couple of unstable folks around here every winter. People who fall through the cracks, decide the holiday is as good a time as any to act out. Sometimes it is drugs. Sometimes it is untreated stuff. Sometimes it is just somebody who gets off on scaring people. Does that make it better? I asked. It came out sharper than I meant. He gave me a small, tired half shrug. Makes it something I recognize, he said. Prank gone wrong, or someone wanting attention. We will keep an eye out. He comes back, we have your description, we will have the footage. For tonight, you did what you were supposed to do. No arrest, no name, no neat ending. Tom was quiet through most of that, arms folded, jaw tightening whenever liability came up. When the officer stepped outside to talk to his partner and call in the end of the scene, Tom finally turned to me. You cannot just leave the store unattended like that, he said. I stared at him. He chased me, I said. What was I supposed to do? Wait for him to catch up by the register? I am not saying you should have let yourself get hurt, he said quickly, eyes flicking toward the doors as if the officer might reappear. I am saying next time, hit the panic button, call from the phone here, follow procedure. You know how this looks if corporate starts asking why the cameras show a clear store and no one inside for an hour on Christmas Eve. They look at training. They look at closing checklists. They do not care about vibes. They care about liability. The word liability made my skin crawl in a different way. Maybe they should care about somebody chasing their employees through aisles, I said. They will, he said, in the way they care. Cameras, who has access, how fast we call 911. That is why I need to know exactly who touched what system, which is me, which is you, which is the cops. That is how they think. He scrubbed a hand over his face, the irritation at being woken up finally pushing through the manager mask. Look, he said, softer. I am not saying nothing happened. That guy was real. The cameras saw him. You got out. You did not get hurt. The cops have their report. That is the official story. That is what protects us if he comes back and actually hurts someone, or if he tries to sue because I do not know, harassed him. You get what I am saying? What he was saying was that the parts that did not fit neatly into forms, the eye through the shelf, the missing seconds, the frame with him standing there before he had ever come in, were not useful, not to the kind of people who read reports for a living. By the time they were done with us, it was late enough that night had started to turn into morning on the clock. They did not ask me to stay and finish the shift. There was nothing left to do but lock the front doors, pull the gate down over the registers, and kill the lights. Tom took my keys, just for now, promising to sort coverage for the next day. The officers drove off first, their cruisers sliding out of the lot, sirens off, light bars dark. Tom left after locking up and checking the back door himself twice, his car tail lights disappearing past the SUV at the edge of the lot, which was still there, hunched under its dead light. That left me in my own car, fingers stiff on the steering wheel. The roads were worse than when I had driven in. Snow had built up in thin, icy layers on streets the plows had not bothered with yet. Route 17 was passable, but the side turns near my neighborhood were slick. I kept my hands at 10 and 2, like some nervous driving student, knuckles pale. The wipers scraped back and forth, a dry rubber squeal every other pass when they dragged across glass that did not have enough water on it. My heater was on high, blowing lukewarm air at the windshield, trying to keep the inside from fogging. It smelled like dust and old fabric, a car heater smell that never quite goes away. The only station that came in clearly at that hour was some local AM channel still playing carols. The signal wavered as I drove. the songs fuzzing in and out under static. A choir started, "Hark, the herald angels sing," and then broke into crackles just as they hit "Peace on Earth." I let it play anyway. The alternative was silence, and I had had enough of that for one night. Streetlights slid past, turning the snow on the side of the road into a flickering smear of gray and yellow. Every time my headlights caught a road sign or a mailbox, my heart tensed, half expecting to see a gray coat standing there, hood up, watching. When I finally pulled into our driveway, the house looked smaller than it had that morning. The kitchen light was off, but the lamp in the living room was still on, a soft rectangle of yellow behind the curtains. My mom had fallen asleep on the couch, later I would learn, phone on her chest, waiting for a text I had sent from Walmart instead of from our own parking lot. I did not tell her much that night. Just, "Guy scared me at work, cops came, my manager is mad, I am fine." I let her hug me. I let my dad grumble about lunatics and minimum wage not being worth this. I went to my room and lay on my bed and stared at the ceiling until the first thin light of morning edged around the blinds. The next day, Tom called me in for a talk. It was late afternoon by then. The sky outside was the same blank gray, but the snow had stopped. The roads were slushy instead of icy. Inside Greenfield, everything looked untouched, as if the night before had been filed away and cleared off the shelves. We went straight to the office. The fluorescent light buzzed. The computer monitor was black, sleeping. The coffee smell was worse. He closed the door behind us and sat down. I stood. There was nowhere else to be. "Got off the phone with corporate this morning," he said without preamble. "They have the report from the police. They want incident documentation. They want to know why the system dropped frames. They want to know why the store was technically unattended for a period of time. You know how they are." I nodded because I did know, at least in the abstract. "And they want us to reset the system," he added. "Full wipe, full restart, new hard drive if we need it." "Wipe?" I repeated. "Like, erase everything?" He reached into a manila folder on the desk and slid something out onto the blotter. A sheet of printer paper. My stomach tightened before I even saw what was on it. It was a still frame. Grainy, black and white. The kind the system spits out when you hit print screen from within its terrible software. Across the top, the tiny timestamp numbers glowed brighter where the printer had over-inked them. 03:17:04 a.m. "This," Tom said, "is why I am not arguing." The image showed the seasonal aisle. The lights looked dimmer than in other footage, like the store had gone into its low-power night mode. Shadows pooled under the shelves. The sleigh bells hung on their hook, still and dark. A few Santa hats were still on their pegs, some missing, their absences small blank spots on the neat display. At the far end of the aisle, where it opened onto the main path, a figure stood. A long coat, rendered gray by the monochrome. A Santa hat on top, the white brim a pale band, the cone drooping slightly. The figure was centered in the aisle, not moving, facing straight toward the camera. The face was not clear. Just like before, the pixels there swam more than they should have, but the posture was unmistakable. Someone standing where no one should have been, at a time when, according to every log, the building was locked, the alarm was set, and the only people who had been inside for hours were on their way home. Cops had already left by then, Tom said. Alarm did not trip. Doors were all still locked when I came in at 8. No signs of a break-in, but this popped up when I was pulling the file for corporate. Right there in the timeline. 2 hours after we closed up with the police. Empty store. And him. I stared at the picture until the lines blurred. Could it be an old recording? I asked, hearing my voice flatten. Like you said last night, ghost frames. Wrong timestamp. That is what I told myself, he said. Then after a moment, that is what I told corporate. Old file. Timestamp error. System is glitching. We need an upgrade. I am not sure I believe it, but that is the answer they like. He rubbed his forehead with 2 fingers. Behind him, the monitor's blank screen showed a faint reflection of us in the light, a pale ghost on black. Anyway, he said, voice going managerial again. They want us to wipe and reset, clean slate, new drive, new software patch. They do not want this coming back on us if anything else happens. So, consider that night closed, okay? Officially, at least. Can I have a copy? I asked, surprising both of us. He looked at me, then at the still on the desk. The figure in the Santa hat stared back from the paper, stuck mid-midnight. No, he said after a beat. I do not think that is a good idea. You have had a rough enough time already. Last thing you need is to obsess over some glitch printout. Let corporate file it away and forget it. Let this be over. He slid the paper back into the folder, like he was putting it into a drawer inside his own head. The fluorescent light buzzed louder for a second and then settled. We talked about shifts after that. He asked if I still wanted hours. New Year's Eve was coming up, and someone had to cover the late slot. He emphasized that they would have someone else on with me, that we would tighten procedures, that this was a one-off, probably. I heard myself say yes. It felt like someone else moved my mouth. Part of me needed the money. Part of me did not want to look like I was running away. A larger part of me already knew that I was not going to be at Greenfield much longer, regardless of what I said in that office. My brain was already drawing lines on an invisible calendar. Give notice, write out January, find anything else. On my way out, I passed the seasonal aisle. The shelves were half empty now, most of the stock already discounted or gone. The sleigh bells hung quiet. A single Santa hat lay on the floor under the pegboard, half crushed, its white brim smeared with a gray footprint. From the angle by the pharmacy window, I could just see the corner where the camera looked down from the ceiling. It stared back, its dark dome giving away nothing. Later, when I thought about that night, what haunted me most was not the chase or the knock or even the voice saying my name. It was the way everyone had been so eager to name it all a glitch, a local crazy, a bad recording, anything that let them turn away from the frame where something stood in our empty store at 3 a.m, looking straight into the camera as if it knew that was the one thing they could not pretend not to see. They chose to ignore it. The system was wiped. The footage was reset. On paper, the night ended with a scared employee, a police report, and no suspect identified. In reality, every time I closed my eyes, I still saw that grainy aisle and the figure in the Santa hat, frozen at the far end, waiting in a building that no longer contained any proof he had ever been there. 6.1. Retail was never just a job. Again, I lasted exactly one holiday season after that. Technically, I stayed through New Year's Eve. Tom made good on his promise to have someone else on with me that night. He scheduled an older woman named Carol to share the shift, probably hoping her no-nonsense, 20 years in retail energy would keep things grounded. Nothing happened. The worst we got was a drunk guy trying to buy beer 10 minutes after cutoff, and Carol shut him down with a look that could have extinguished a small fire. On paper, it was uneventful. In my body, it felt like doing time. Every time I walked past the seasonal aisle, my shoulders tightened. I avoided looking directly at the hooks where the Santa hats had hung, even though the display had changed to chocolates and heart-shaped boxes almost as soon as Christmas was over. The bells were gone, sold, boxed, shoved into storage for next year. I did not know. But I could still hear them if the store got too quiet. I put in my notice on January 3rd. It was not dramatic. No tossed name tag, no shouted, "I quit." I wrote a short, stiff resignation letter on a piece of printer paper in the break room and handed it to Tom before my shift. He read it, jaw moving, like he was grinding something between his teeth. "You sure?" he asked. "You've got good numbers. You show up. You already survived the worst holiday week we get." "Yeah," I said. "I'm sure." He made a disappointed noise through his nose, then shrugged. "All right, 2 weeks then. Try not to get murdered anywhere else. It's a lot of paperwork." He meant it as a joke. I laughed like it was one. We both pretended that was enough. Those last 2 weeks were some of the longest of my life. Nothing touched what had happened on Christmas Eve, but every shift was an echo of it. The cameras hummed, the monitors flickered, the aisles stretched away under their lights. Customers came and went, each one a potential tall man in a gray coat, until they proved otherwise. When my final night came, it was a Tuesday, not a holiday. The store was yawningly quiet, the kind of dead that used to be boring and now felt like standing in a valley waiting for an avalanche that did not come. At the end of the shift, Tom shook my hand at the time clock. "Retail is retail," he said. "You'll be back somewhere eventually. We all are." "Maybe," I said. I already knew I would do everything I could to make that a lie. I did not walk down the seasonal aisle on my way out. I used the front door and did not look back at the cameras. After Greenfield, retail was never just a job. Again, it was a template for everything that could go wrong in a place that never locked its doors. I tried another store once, a home goods chain in the strip mall closer to my house. I lasted 3 shifts. On the 3rd night, the manager mentioned needing someone to close alone sometimes, nothing major, and I felt something inside me shrink away like an exposed nerve. I quit before he finished the sentence. I moved to a warehouse job after that. No customers, no registers, no front doors with glass. Just concrete floors, pallets, and the steady whine of forklifts. The work was hard on my back, but easy on my nerves, relatively speaking. When the bay doors shut, they shut solid. No automatic chime, no bell displays, no aisles full of plastic joy waiting for something wrong to slip between them. Even there, things followed me. The first time someone dropped a metal pipe across a stack of shelving, the sound echoed through the building. A sharp, hollow tap, tap, tap. My whole body flinched before my brain had a chance to catch up. One of the guys laughed, told me I spooked easy. I laughed with him. I did not explain that the sound had come in the same cadence as a knuckle on glass. A few months later, I moved again. Less lifting, more sitting. Call center work. I figured phones were safer than aisles. Turns out, being trapped in a cubicle with a headset on for 8 hours can twist your nerves in its own way. The fluorescent lights had that same buzz as Greenfield's. The phones rang in a repeating pattern that made time feel like a loop. People around me tapped pens against desks when they were bored or anxious. Little plastic cylinder on fake wood, over and over. Tap, tap, tap. The first time the guy in the cubicle behind me got into a rhythm with his pen, I jerked so hard I unplugged my own headset. My manager, a woman who wore Christmas earrings in July, peeked over the divider with raised eyebrows. "You okay there?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Thought I had a bug on me or something." I started wearing earbuds on breaks, just to drown out the little patterns. I changed desks when I could. I asked, as casually as possible, "Hey, could you not do that?" When someone's tapping got too close to that 3-beat cadence that lived in my memory. Some people apologized. Some stared at me like I was being petty. I did not elaborate. Eventually, I landed in office admin work. Filing, scheduling, spreadsheets. It was boring in a way that felt like a gift. The building locked at 5, and when the last person left, the security system armed with a loud beep beep, not a soft chime. If I stayed late, there were 2 other people in the department who also stayed late. I made it a quiet rule for myself. No jobs where I am the only one in the building after dark. No closing alone. No, just you and the cameras. The psychological calculus of everyday life changed too. I started avoiding seasonal aisles in any store if it was after sunset. If I needed something, I went during daylight or sent someone else. Walking between shelves of holiday merchandise under fluorescent lights with no crowd around was like stepping back into a bad dream. The air felt thicker there. The way the displays leaned in made the space feel narrower than it technically was. Sleigh bells became my least favorite sound on earth. You do not realize how often they pop up in December until every single jingle makes your skin crawl. They are in commercials. They are in songs. They are on toddlers' shoes and dog collars and door handles. The first time I was standing in line at a grocery store and a kid behind me shook a jingle toy absent-mindedly, I had to fight the urge to walk out and leave my cart behind. The sound was wrong now. Too bright, too sharp, dragged forward from that night when it had echoed through an empty aisle like someone trying to get my attention without having to use words. Even outside the holidays, small things hit me sideways. A coworker absent-mindedly tapping a spoon against their mug in the break room set my teeth on edge. Someone's ring knocking against the glass of a conference room door when they gestured made a cold line run down my spine. I started noticing how many tiny metallic sounds punctuate an average day. How many of them follow that neat, even pattern, 3 little knocks, evenly spaced. Cock, cock, cock. I would catch myself counting them under my breath, heart speeding up at the 3rd like some Pavlovian response. I tried not to drive past Greenfield. Most of the time, it was easy. There were other routes, other exits off the highway. But every once in a while, traffic or habit steered me back toward Route 17 and Maple Lane. The building sat there in its strip, same as always, wedged between a payday loan office and a nail salon that seemed to be perpetually under new management. The sign changed once, new logo, new green. But the glass, the doors, the sliver of seasonal aisle visible from the road stayed the same. The first time I passed it months after quitting, it was late afternoon. The sun was sliding behind clouds, turning the snow in the lot into a flat, dirty gray. The parking lot had fewer cars than I remembered from my time there. The big SUV was gone, maybe sold, maybe moved, maybe never real to anyone but me. I slowed at the light, hands tightening on the wheel. Through the windows, I could see the bright stripe of the seasonal aisle display near the front. Easter, then, pastel colors, baskets, and plastic eggs. The bells would be in storage, sleeping or being unpacked, waiting. My eyes tried to lock onto that stretch of shelves. Some unhelpful, curious part of me wanted to see if anyone was standing at the far end, head tilted, watching the cameras watch them. I forced myself to look away. The light turned green. I pressed the gas. Retail, people like to say, had been just a job back then. Something you did at 19 to learn responsibility, to get some money, until you moved on to real work. For a lot of my friends, that was true. For me, it became the night I measured everything else against. The last time I was ever alone in a locked building with open doors, in the belief that the worst thing that could walk in was a shoplifter or an angry customer. After that, any time I stepped into a store at night, any store, I checked the corners, the cameras, the aisles. I listened for taps on glass and bells in the background of songs. I did those things quietly, casually, like nervous habits. 10 years later, people would still talk about their retail nightmares at parties. Rude customers, Black Friday crowds, managers who made them work through lunch. I never told them about mine. 6.2. Stories you pretend are not about you. Greenfield did not die all at once. It faded. For a while after I quit, it just existed in the background of my life. I drove different routes. I avoided that stretch of 17 unless I had to. When I did pass it, I could see the familiar green sign from a distance, still lit, still pretending to be essential in a plaza full of places nobody really wanted to be. Then, a few years in, I heard from someone that the hours had been cut, pharmacy gone, just the front retail left, clinging on. A couple of winters later, I drove past and saw the windows papered over with big, ugly, store closing, everything must go signs. The kind that look the same no matter whose logo is above the door. After that, the building went through the usual small-town strip mall afterlife. For a while, it was empty. The front windows bare, showing off a hollow, dusty interior with a few metal shelves pushed to the side like skeletons. A big for lease banner hung crooked in the glass, the phone number fading in the sun. Then someone tried a dollar store in the space. New colors, new sign, same fluorescent lights. I never went in. I imagined the layout was the same underneath, that the aisles still ran in the same places, that a line drawn on a blueprint would still mark where the seasonal section had once been, even if it now held discount laundry soap or off-brand cereal. I found out more than I wanted to know in sideways ways. A former coworker, Jenna, the pharmacy tech I used to be half in love with, without admitting it, added me on social media one year. We traded a few polite messages, the usual life updates, jobs, apartments, family stuff. Then, one December, she sent me a link with a little LOL your old haunt was cursed for our message. It was a private group chat full of ex-Greenfield employees. People were telling stories the way you do when a place you hated working finally dies. Bad management, shoplifters, the usual. Buried in there, though, were a few lines that made my stomach flip. Someone who had stayed on longer than I had, Mel, a cashier who took the closing shifts after me, talked about the vandal. Always the seasonal aisle, she wrote, never took anything. We'd come in and all the decorations would be turned to face the same camera. Like all the Santas on the shelf just staring at the dome. Hats ripped off mannequins and laid out in a line on the floor, pointing at the back door. Alarm would trip at like 3 a.m. Cops show up. Nobody on the recording except that weird glitch thing. Corporate thought it was some teen prank, but like, teens usually steal, right? Someone else added that motion alarms had gone off 3 different nights in a row one year. Each time, the police showed up to find the doors locked, the windows intact, and the only damage inside a rearranged Christmas display. Nothing missing, no spray paint, no obvious point. Maybe he just hated Santa, another person joked. I stared at the words, feeling the familiar tightness start at the base of my neck and crawl upward. I could have said something then. I could have typed out a long message about a man in a gray coat, a Santa hat, and eyes through a metal shelf. About a printout of a figure in an empty seasonal aisle at 3:17 a.m. About footage that skipped at exactly the wrong moment. Instead, I sent a laughing emoji and scrolled away. It was easier to pretend the story they were telling was about some other store, some other guy who had quit, some other Christmas when all of this had happened. Stories are tidier when you are not inside them. A year or two later, I saw Greenfield again, on a screen I did not expect. I was bored at my admin job one afternoon, waiting on a spreadsheet to load, and I clicked through to a local news site. One of those small-town roundup pages with grainy photos and headlines about council meetings, weather, and the occasional crime. I was halfway through an article about a stolen catalytic converter when a headline caught my eye. Creep breaks into closed store, rearranges Christmas display, steals nothing. The thumbnail image was dark, low res. A row of Santa figures standing in a dim aisle, all turned to face one direction. My stomach dropped before my brain caught up. I clicked. The article was short, the kind of filler piece they write when they have column inches to fill, and no bodies, no fires. It said that police had responded to an alarm at the former Greenfield Pharmacy location, now Dollar Deal Depot, at around 2 in the morning. They had found the front door locked, no sign of forced entry. Inside, several Santa statues and mannequin torsos had been turned to face a single security camera. Nothing was stolen, no graffiti, no damage. The photo was pulled from the CCTV, grainy black and white, timestamp in the corner. A line of plastic Santas all looking up at the camera, their faces overexposed into blank ovals. Police suspect a prank, the article said. No suspects at this time. My cursor hovered over the little X in the corner. The part of me that had survived Greenfield by not looking too long at the wrong things won. I closed the tab without reading the comments. I told myself it had nothing to do with me. New store, new system, new problems. Every town has at least one idiot who gets their kicks from creeping people out. Then that winter at the call center happened. It was a few years before I settled into the office job I have now. The call center gig was in a squat building off the highway, a place that always smelled faintly like burnt coffee and recycled air. We worked in pods under fluorescent strips, each desk a small island of headset, monitor, and personal clutter. One December night, we were short-staffed. Snow had started falling in heavy, wet flakes around dusk, and a lot of people had called off. By 9 o'clock, there were maybe 5 of us left on the floor. Me, 2 women from billing, a guy from tech support, and a supervisor who spent most of his time in his glass-walled office pretending not to watch us. The lights over the unused rows of desks had been turned off to save power. leaving the far side of the room in a dim half shadow. The hum of the HVAC system was constant, a low, steady drone overhead. Computer fans added their own quiet whir. The sound of people talking into headsets came in waves. Conversation, pause, typing, repeat. Around 11, the calls slowed. Holiday lull. People had better things to do. I sat at my station, half drowsy, eyes burning from screen glare. My headset was crooked on one ear. I had pushed it back a little so I could hear the room. That is when I noticed the red light blinking on my desk phone. We mostly used our soft phones, the software on the computers, for calls. The physical desk phones were holdovers from an older setup, used now mostly for internal calls, voicemails from other departments, or the occasional confused person who dialed the wrong number. The little voicemail indicator light was flashing steadily on mine, a tiny pulsing dot in the dark between my keyboard and the monitor stand. I frowned, reached out, and picked up the handset. The plastic was slightly dusty. The dial tone humming in my ear felt obsolete. I hit the voicemail button. The automated system came on, a robotic voice telling me I had one new message. The timestamp said it had been left about 10 minutes earlier, while I was on another call. I pressed 1 to listen. At first, all I heard was static. Not loud, not the dramatic hiss of an untuned radio. Just a soft, underlying fuzz, like the sound a cheap microphone makes when it is recording an empty room. I almost hung up, assuming it was a misdial from someone's pocket or a line glitch. Then under the static, I heard it. The faint murmur of an overhead speaker. "Attention Greenfield customers," a tinny voice said, the syllables distorted as if coming from far away. "Please note our seasonal..." The rest cut out, swallowed by a crackle. The static surged for a moment, then dropped back to its low, steady hiss. Every part of my body went cold. I pressed the receiver tighter to my ear, suddenly oblivious to the rest of the room. My heart beat so loud I could hear it in the tiny chamber of the handset. The recording held for a few seconds. No voices, no movement, just the sense of space, the way an empty building sounds filtered through cheap speakers. Then someone started humming. It was quiet at first, barely audible under the static. A familiar melody, slightly off-key, like someone trying to remember how it goes without quite getting there. Jingle bells. Not the whole thing. Just the first few notes, over and over, looping in a way that made my scalp crawl. The hummed da 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 was slower than any version I had ever heard, stretched out and pressed flat. There was no joy in it. It sounded like someone humming to themselves in a room with no windows. I did not realize I had stood up until my chair rolled back behind me. One of the women from billing glanced over, eyebrows drawn together. I waved a hand at her without taking the phone from my ear. The humming stopped abruptly, silence held for a heartbeat. Then, clear as if someone had leaned in close to the mic, came 3 soft taps. Tap, tap, tap. Not loud, not aggressive. Just 3 neat little knocks on what sounded like plastic or thin metal, spaced out in that same even rhythm I had heard on glass, on a back door, in my head for years. The message ended. The robotic system announced that the mailbox was now empty and dumped me back to the main menu. I hung up with fingers that did not feel attached to me. "Everything okay?" The tech support guy called over, half joking. "You look like you saw a ghost in the queue." "Wrong number," I said. My voice sounded wrong, foreign in my own mouth. "Spam." Later that night, when my shift ended and the building emptied, I went back to my desk phone. My supervisor had gone home. The office lights in the far section were off, leaving the room feeling too big again. I dialed 69 on the physical phone, half expecting it to do nothing. Old habits, old codes. A mechanical voice read back the last number that had called. It was a toll-free number, one I recognized without quite knowing why at first. The prefix, the pattern. I went back to my computer, typed it into the browser, and hit enter. The first result was a cached contact page for Greenfield Corporate. The number was listed under customer care and store support. Underneath, in small gray letters, was a note. This line has been disconnected. I sat there for a long time, the glow of my monitor washing over the empty desks around me, listening to the hum of the HVAC and the faint buzzing of the lights. On my screen, the browser tab showed a little spinning icon, trying and failing to load a fresher page. Behind my eyes, I could see an empty store, a seasonal aisle, and a row of Santa hats turned toward a camera that never stopped recording, even after everyone decided the story was over. 6. 3. Building a life on top of it. Time did what it always does. It put layers on top of things instead of actually getting rid of them. I aged out of the phase where everyone asks you what you are going to do with your life, and into the one where they ask if you have met anyone yet. I bounced through jobs until the warehouse and call center years blurred together into a general category of stuff I did in my 20s. I collected a handful of stories that were safer to tell at parties than the one about Greenfield. Angry customers, weird coworkers, small disasters with copiers and forklifts. Somewhere in there, I met her. I am not going to turn this into a love story. That is not what you are here for. But you need to know she exists, because without her, the rest of this would sound even worse than it already does. We met at the office job I eventually stuck with. She worked in a different department at first. We bumped into each other in the break room, in trainings, in the hallway. It started the way those things always do. Stupid jokes about the vending machine, complaining about the thermostat, sharing an eye roll when someone used the phrase "circle back" unironically. When I say I did not tell her the Greenfield story, I do not mean I lied about my past. I told her I worked retail. I told her it sucked. I told her I had one bad Christmas Eve shift that made me swear off being the closing guy. I even said horror story once or twice, but I said it the way people say it for emphasis. Ha ha. It was awful. Never again. I never told her about an eye through a shelf, or a voice through a door, or a voicemail from a disconnected corporate line humming jingle bells. We moved in together in my late 20s. Small apartment first, top floor of a 3-story building with thin walls and a temperamental elevator. Then, a few years later, a little house at the edge of a quiet street, white siding, small yard, a porch light that flickered when it rained. Normal. That was the goal. Life, the regular kind, started piling up around us. Work stress, groceries, car trouble, streaming passwords, arguments about whose turn it was to clean the bathroom. All the common little things that anchor a day. And then, eventually, a baby. That is how you get from a 19-year-old part-timer standing under fluorescent lights to a 30-something sitting on a couch at 1 a.m. with a baby monitor glowing on the coffee table. Not with a dramatic cut, but with a slow fade. One job to another, one lease to another, one December to the next. My partner loves decorating for Christmas. That was one of the first places our wiring rubbed up against each other. She grew up in one of those houses that went all out every December. Lights on the eaves, inflatable snowmen, the works. For her, string lights and carols and little plastic Santas mean warmth, family, safety. She waits for December the way some people wait for summer. The first year we lived together, I came home from work in early December to find the apartment transformed. String lights traced along the curtain rods and around the TV. A cheap artificial tree stood in the corner, draped in tinsel and mismatched ornaments from her childhood. A small plastic Santa sat on the bookshelf, permanent grin under a red hat. There was a bowl of jingle ornaments, little bell-filled balls, on the coffee table. She shook one at me when I walked in, the bells chiming bright and clear. "Told you I was going to make this place festive," she said, laughing. I laughed too, because what else do you do? I told myself it was irrational, the way my stomach tightened at the sound. These were not sleigh bells in a fluorescent-lit aisle. This was our living room. The lights were warm, not buzzing. There were other people in the building. The door had a peephole and 3 locks. Still, over the next few days, I found reasons to leave the room whenever she started sorting through the jingle ornaments. I took longer in the kitchen. I volunteered to take out the trash. I fiddled with the thermostat more than necessary. The bells sounded loud to me in a way they did not to her, each shake sending a little spike through the part of my brain that remembered an empty store and the tiny space between one sound and the next. I never told her why. You can say, "I hate Christmas music," without having to explain anything. You cannot say, "I cannot stand the sound of bells," because a man in a Santa hat chased me through a pharmacy once and might still be calling me from a dead number. We decorated the small house the same way when we moved. Lights along the porch, a wreath on the door, a plastic Santa on the mantle this time. I helped. I strung the lights. I hammered in hooks. I played along. That is what you do when you are trying to build something normal over something that is not. At night, after the baby came, the house had its own soundscape. The heater clicking on and off, the fridge cycling, the occasional car rolling past on the street outside, the baby monitor adding its tiny layer, the soft white noise of the nursery, the occasional sigh or rustle when the baby turned in her sleep. Every so often, though, the house hit a kind of perfect silence. It did not happen often, maybe once every couple of weeks. Usually around 3 in the morning, when even the late traffic had stopped and the heater had just finished a cycle. Everything would stop at once. The fan would wind down. The fridge compressor would pause. No cars, no taps from the pipes. Just a kind of thin, ringing quiet that made the house feel like it was holding its breath. That was when I would wake up. I never bolted upright like in movies. My eyes would just open. I would lie there on my side, the dark ceiling above me just visible in the faint streetlight glow, and I would realize there was no sound at all. Not even my partner's breathing for a second, as if my brain had muted everything so I could listen for something specific. In that slice of air, very occasionally, I would hear it, a single tap. Sometimes it sounded like it came from the window, a small, neat knock, like a ring brushing against glass. Sometimes it felt like it came from the wall behind the headboard or from the direction of the hallway. Never loud, never repeated, just one tiny, precise impact in the middle of that perfect nothing. tap. By the time my ears caught it, it was already over. I would lie there, muscles tight, staring into the dark, waiting for more. No second tap. No third. Eventually, the heater would kick back on with a sigh, or the fridge would buzz, or a car would pass and the spell would break. The house would go back to being a house. I always told myself it was the building settling, old wood, temperature shifts, pipes, any of the dozens of things people blame for noises in the night. I never got up to check. I had learned that there is nothing on the other side of that curiosity that helps you sleep any better. Years stacked. The baby monitor changed models once. We got one with a tiny screen for a while, then switched to a Wi-Fi one with an app on our phones. That is how it is now, in the present, as I sit on the couch with the TV off and a small rectangle of light on the coffee table, showing the grainy gray of my daughter's room. Life moves on, even when you do not. Most Decembers, Greenfield only existed for me as a shape under snow I refused to look at when we drove past Maple Lane. It had been a different store for a while, then empty again, then something else. My brain filed it under places I used to work and stories I do not tell. That does not mean it was gone. Last December, a week or so before Christmas, I was at my desk at work, squinting at a spreadsheet. It was late in the day, the office half empty. The lights in the far cubicle cluster had been turned off, leaving that side of the floor dim. The HVAC hummed. Someone in another department was playing low holiday music from their computer, just loud enough that I could pick out a melody if I tried. My phone buzzed on the desk. Not a text. A push notification from an app I did not recognize at first. White icon, blue dot. I picked it up and read the banner. New device added to your account. Store, camera. 247. For a second, all I saw were the words store, camera. Then the number hit. The Greenfield I worked at had been Stores Fragra 247 on the chain's internal list. It was on every printout, every schedule. The manager said it in every call to corporate. They stamped it on the footage, on the report, on the printout of the man in the Santa hat standing alone in the aisle at 3 a.m. My thumb hovered over the notification. The app name above it did not look like any brand I recognized. Some generic cloud camera thing, maybe. We have a doorbell cam at home, but its alerts look different. My partner has a baby monitor app on her phone, but I do not. This should not have been for me. A little thrill of cold ran up my spine, starting somewhere under my ribs. I told myself it was a glitch. Some marketing misfire. Wrong push, sent to the wrong user ID. Maybe my number had been recycled from someone who used to have security cameras in a convenience store. Maybe it was nothing but a lazy, creepy coincidence. I swiped the notification away. It vanished from the top of the screen, leaving only the regular clutter of email and calendar reminders. I did not open the app. I did not click to see what account it thought I had. I went into settings and turned off notifications for apps I did not remember installing, my finger moving faster than my thinking. Then I set the phone face down on the desk and stared at the dark back of it for a long time. You can build a life on top of something. You can lay down jobs and relationships and holidays and kids and new addresses like layers of paint over an old wall. But sometimes, in the right light, at the right angle, you still see the shape of what was written there first. 7.1. Driving past Maple Lane. Again, I am 33, the next time I end up at that intersection. By then, Greenfield is long dead. The job is something I mention in passing when people trade first job stories. The pharmacy is a punchline in my head, more often than it is a nightmare. You think your Black Friday was bad. Let me tell you about Christmas Eve in retail. But I only ever give them the softened version, the one without shelves and eyes and knocks on metal. Life looks different now. I have a house, a mortgage, a kid whose car seat has basically fused with the back seat of our sedan. I have a partner who can parallel park like a machine and who never forgets to grab the diaper bag. I have a job with an ID badge that opens a building where other people are still around at 11 at night. None of that changes what happens when the GPS reroutes. It is a Saturday in December. Late afternoon, but winter has already pulled the light down low. We are out doing the kind of errands you do with a toddler during the holidays, swinging by a cousin's house to drop off a forgotten bag, picking up takeout on the way home because no one wants to cook after wrestling a tiny person into a snowsuit. My partner is in the passenger seat, scrolling through her phone for the order confirmation, one leg twisted to reach back and wiggle a stuffed animal in front of our daughter. The baby kicks her feet against the car seat, making soft, frustrated noises around the pacifier, tired, but not quite ready to give in. The roads are a mess in that special Midwestern way. Snowbanks piled on either side like dirty teeth. The lanes reduced to two rutted tracks of slush and compacted ice. Sodium streetlights are clicking on one by one as the sky goes from gray to that deep blue that hints at black. Their orange-yellow halos smear against the low clouds. We hit a patch of slow traffic where one of the side roads is half blocked by a plow, and my partner taps the GPS to check if there is a faster way. The blue line on the screen redraws itself in an instant, snaking us around a different side of town. Looks like it wants us on 17th, she says. Cut over by Maple. Skip the backup. That okay? The name hits somewhere low in my chest. Yeah, I hear myself say. Sure. It is not like I never drive that way anymore. I just usually notice early enough to pick another turn without saying anything about it. This time, my hands are already following the GPS's little blue arrow. We turn off onto Route 17, and the road opens up in that weird, two-wide way state routes have through small towns. 4 lanes for a town that only really needs 2. Empty parking lots stretching off on both sides. Boxy buildings huddled in snow. The wipers drag across the windshield with a wet, scraping sound, pushing away the steady drizzle of fine snow. The heater hums on medium, blowing lukewarm air at the foggy part of the glass. The radio is tuned to a station that has given up playing anything but Christmas songs this month. Some crooner's voice floats low under everything, smooth and tired, singing about chestnuts roasting. Our turn signal ticks as we get closer to Maple Lane. Click, click, click. It is a small sound, precise and regular, cutting through the mush of the song and the heater. It makes my fingers tighten on the wheel in a way I do not let show on my face. We stop at the red light. From here, the intersection looks almost exactly the same as it did the winter I spent counting the hours under Greenfield's fluorescence. Snowbanks built up at the corners where plows have shoved the world out of the way. Tire tracks cutting through the slush in brown-gray lines. The low curve of Maple disappearing between houses and half-empty strip malls. And, to the right, the building. Once upon a time, it had a green sign with white letters. Then a dollar store banner. Then nothing. Now, under the streetlight's sickly wash, the front windows are covered in brown paper, sheets taped over the glass from the inside. A faded for lease sign is crooked in the center of the largest pane, phone number black and half peeled. Most of the inside is dark. You can tell that even through the paper, no glow, no movement, just dead glass behind dead paper. But there is a gap. Near the right edge of the front, just where the seasonal aisle used to start, someone has torn or folded the paper back. A rough, uneven rip has opened a strip of visibility from top to bottom, maybe 6 inches wide. Through that gap, I can see inside. One strip of fluorescent light is on. It is not the whole row, just one fixture, humming along by itself in the empty ceiling. It casts a thin line of harsh white down into the darkness, catching dust motes and the edges of something metal. Shelving, maybe, or whatever the last tenant left behind. The rest of the store around it is shadow. I tell myself it is just a circuit someone forgot to kill. Buildings like this are patched together with 100 lazy fixes and half-finished repairs. When a tenant leaves, they take their signage and their stock. The power company kills most of the juice, but someone forgets a breaker. A light stays on in an empty room for months, maybe years, because no one is paying to find out why. Still, my eyes lock onto that strip of light, the way your eyes lock onto movement in your peripheral vision. The turn signal keeps up its metronome. Click, click, click. The wipers swish and scrape every few seconds, smearing wet snow in arcs before clearing it. The song on the radio slides into a chorus, sleigh bells jangling faintly in the background of the arrangement. My partner shivers a little in the passenger seat and turns the heater control up one notch. "It is freezing," she says, rubbing her hands together. "Do you think they salted this intersection at all? It looks like a skating rink." "Probably not," I say. My voice feels far away, like it is coming from someone in the back seat. The baby makes a small noise, a soft questioning around the pacifier. The car seat straps creak faintly as she shifts. Behind my head, I can hear the quiet squeak of the toy clipped to her seat bouncing. Out of the corner of my eye, through that narrow tear in the paper, something red catches the light. It is just a shape, a smudge of color at about the height where the top shelf of the seasonal aisle used to be. The fluorescent strip hits it in a way that makes the red look sharp against the gray around it. It could be anything. A forgotten sale tag, a piece of packing material, spray paint on metal. The angle and the distance and the glass all conspire to keep it from resolving into something clear. But my brain, traitor that it is, fills in the gap with something it remembers too easily. A red cone, white brim, drooping slightly to one side. "Light is still on in there," my partner says, following my gaze. "Weird. Thought that place was empty." "It is," I say. "Probably just power company left a circuit on." "Creepy," she says. But she means it in the casual way people mean when they talk about abandoned malls on YouTube. The light changes from red to green with a soft shift of glow across the snow. The turn signal dies mid-click. The car behind us taps its horn once, impatient. I press the gas. As we pull through the intersection, the building slips down the side of my rearview mirror, the fluorescent strip shrinking, the red smear of color dissolving back into the overall gray. The GPS chirps something bland about continue on Route 17 for 1 mile. The crooner on the radio gives way to a commercial full of bright, jangly music and fake cheer. "Did you see that?" my partner says suddenly. I grip the wheel a little harder. See what? The for lease sign, she says. Phone number's the same one from when it closed. You would think they would at least replace it. No one is renting that box if they cannot read the last 2 digits. Yeah, I say. You would think. My heartbeat slows again, gradually. The sweat on my palms cools against the steering wheel. I keep my eyes on the road ahead, refusing to check the mirror again. Snow flickers through the headlights. Houses roll past, lit up windows carrying their own little stories we will never hear. It is just an empty building, I tell myself. The words flat but necessary. Just paper, just a forgotten light, just some red thing on a shelf you do not work under anymore. The heater hums. The baby sighs and drifts back toward sleep. Somewhere deep in the dash, the turn signal relay sits quiet, waiting for the next command. 7, 2. The notification that should not exist. Right now, it is quiet enough in the house that I can hear my own typing. The laptop keys are not loud, but in the slim hours between midnight and morning, every small sound gets exaggerated. Each press feels like a tiny knock on the coffee table. The screen's glow is the brightest thing in the room, turning my hands pale and flat as they move across the keyboard. The TV across from me is off, a black rectangle with a tiny red standby light in the bottom corner. The couch under me has a dip where I always sit, the fabric warmed by the hours I have already sunk into typing this. My legs are half under a throw blanket we never fold properly. A half-finished mug of coffee sits on a coaster by my knee, long since gone cold, but still smelling faintly like burnt sugar. The baby monitor is a small island of light on the table. It shows my daughter's room in washed-out gray, crib bars a soft pattern of vertical lines. Her shape is a lump under the sleep sack, one arm occasionally twitching as she shifts in dreams. The monitor adds its own layer to the soundscape, a soft hiss of white noise, the occasional rustle when she rolls, the faint hum of the unit itself. The rest of the house has its usual night rhythm. The heater kicks on in cycles, the blower in the basement pushing warm air up through the vents. When it is running, there is a constant low rush behind everything else, like someone breathing steadily through the walls. When it stops, it does it in stages. First, the rush fades. Then the fan winds down with a tiny descending whine, leaving behind a thin ticking noise as metal contracts. The fridge in the kitchen hums for a while, then pauses. The sound it makes when it stops is almost a sigh, followed by a few random little cracks from the plastic shelves settling. Pipes in the walls clink occasionally as they cool. Every so often, a car slides past on the wet road outside, tires whispering on slush. In the bedroom down the hall, my partner has already given up on waiting for me to come to bed. I heard the bathroom door close and open half an hour ago. The muffled brush of teeth, the soft thump of the bedroom door easing shut. Now, there is just the knowledge of her there, on the other side of the wall, asleep under our too heavy winter comforter. I am here instead, on the couch, writing this down. The email draft at the top of the screen is addressed to one of those horror channels that reads viewer stories over creepy stock footage. I have listened to enough of them to know the beats. You can call me X. This happened when I was 19. Believe me or do not, I just want it out of my head. The subject line reads, Story, Christmas Eve at Greenfield New 47. The document has become longer than I meant it to be. I keep adding details because once you open the door, They all want to come out. The smell of the cleaner, the flicker of the cameras, the Santa hat still wearing its price tag. I am at the part right now where I am trying to find the right words for the knock on the back door and the voice that used my name. I type, there was a knock, 3 gentle taps, and then a voice right up against the metal, saying my name and telling me I had forgotten to say Merry Christmas. As soon as I hit the period after Christmas, my phone buzzes. It is on the couch cushion beside my thigh, screen face down, sound off. The vibration feels like a small animal suddenly waking up and running under the fabric, a quick, insistent shiver that makes my hand twitch. For half a second, I consider ignoring it. Whatever it is can wait. I am here, finally putting this into words, trying to push it out of the closed loop it has been spinning in for a decade. The phone buzzes again, shorter. A single insistence. I sigh, push the laptop a little farther forward on my knees, and pick up the phone. The screen wakes up to show me a notification banner sitting at the top, over my lock screen photo. No app logo, no recognizable icon, just plain text on a gray strip, centered like a system alert that came from somewhere deeper than anything I installed. Motion detected. Cam 4. Seasonal aisle. Greenfield, Chukra 247. For a moment, my brain refuses to process the words in order. Motion detected is generic. You can see that on any doorbell camera, any garage sensor, any cheap home security app. Cam 4 is nothing. A label in a system. Seasonal aisle catches a little, but I could still make that be anything if I wanted to. A store I do not work in, a hardware aisle, a kid's joke. Then my eyes hit Greenfield number 247, and everything tightens. My first reaction is stupidly practical. I think I should screenshot this. I should have proof. I should at least have something to look at later to convince myself I am not just tired. My thumb moves on instinct, reaching for the side buttons to capture the screen. Before I can press anything, the banner flickers. It does not slide away the way normal notifications do when you dismiss them. It does not get replaced by another. It just blinks, like a frame missing on a bad recording. For less than a second, the text smears, stretching across the top of the screen. Then the bar is gone. The lock screen is empty, just my photo, and the time, and the usual icons. My thumb hovers over glass that no longer shows what it just showed. I stare at the phone for a heartbeat, then another. The silence in the room suddenly presses on my eardrums. Somewhere in the middle of that, the heater shuts off. I do not remember hearing it running, but I feel its absence. The low rush in the background cuts out, leaving the air in the room feeling thinner. The fridge, which had been humming steadily a minute ago, goes quiet between cycles. No car goes past outside. No pipes tick. The baby monitor's hiss is still there, but it seems to fold into the background, less sound than a pressure. The laptop's fan is the only noise, a tiny high whir under my palms. There is always a moment at night when everything restarts, one sound at a time. The heater kicks on. The fridge coughs awake. A car drives past. The house does its little routine like a mechanical orchestra, each player coming in on cue. There is also that single second where it all stops, like the house is holding its breath. That is exactly when the notification appeared. The thought lands in my head with the same weight as the words on the banner. I sit very still on the couch, phone in one hand, the other resting on the laptop trackpad. I can hear my own breathing now, too loud in the absence of everything else. I swipe down from the top of the phone screen to check the notifications. The shade drops, soft gray, empty. No history, no log, no earlier today section full of old banners. Just the Wi-Fi icon, the battery percentage, the time. I press and hold, swiping sideways, trying to get to the notification history and settings. It shows me the usual suspects: messages, email, calendar. There's no entry for anything that might have called itself camera, security, or Greenfield. Nothing is marked as sent just now. It is a clean slate, like nothing lit up my screen 30 seconds ago. I open the app drawer, scrolling through the icons. Bank, maps, weather, streaming apps, the baby monitor software, a couple of random games I keep meaning to delete. No camera app I do not recognize. No new install with a generic name and a cloud logo. I check the recent apps list. None of them look like they triggered anything. The laptop fan whirs a little louder for a moment under my palms, then settles back. The heater is still off. The fridge is still quiet. The house has not yet decided to start breathing again. On the coffee table, the baby monitor glows. My daughter shifts in her sleep, rolling her head to one side. For a second, the camera catches the shine of one eye half opening, then closing again. The microphone picks up a small sigh. I look from the monitor screen to my phone, then back to the laptop. On the laptop, the last sentence I type still sits at the bottom of the document. And then a voice, right up against the metal, saying my name and telling me I had forgotten to say, "Merry Christmas." The cursor blinks at the end of it. On, off, on, off. A small digital heartbeat in sync with nothing but itself. I could stop here. I could close the laptop, turn off the monitor, and go to bed. I could wake up tomorrow, tell myself the notification was a hallucination, born of too much caffeine and too many old memories. I could explain it away as some delayed echo of that store, camera, 247 message from last year. A glitch, a spam push, a coincidence. Instead, I sit on the couch and listen to the house not making any sound. Somewhere in the walls, something ticks once. It could be metal cooling. It could be nothing. The heater will kick back on in a second. The fridge will start again. A car will drive past on wet asphalt. The spell will break. Before it does, I lower my hands to the keyboard and start typing again. Because if there is one thing I have learned since that night in the back hallway of Greenfield, it is this: if something wants to be seen, it will find a camera. If it wants to be heard, it will find a quiet second to speak. 7.3, the last second. Before the house breathes again, I am still typing. My hands are slick on the keyboard now, not from whatever just flickered across my phone screen. Not really, but from everything that sits behind it. Greenfield's aisles, the cameras, the back door, the knock, my name spoken through metal. You can tell yourself you are over something. You can build 10 years on top of it. Then you start lining the details up in sentences and realize your body remembers more clearly than your head ever did. If you are hearing this read out loud somewhere, maybe over some footage of snow and empty parking lots, I want you to understand something before I say anything else. This is not a request for advice. I am not asking you to tell me it was a glitch, or a dream, or a man who could read tiny name tags from impossible distances. I am not asking anyone to go find the building on a map, or dig up old incident reports, or send me articles about the psychology of trauma. I am writing this because I need it to live somewhere other than the space between my ears. The house is still holding its breath. The heater has not come back on yet. The fridge has not decided to start again. No car has rolled past outside. Even the usual, occasional creak of settling wood seems to be on pause, as if the structure itself is waiting to see what happens next. The baby monitor glows softly on the table, its greenish screen the only other light in the room besides my laptop. The angle in the tiny frame shows my daughter's crib from above, bars making prison stripes across her small sleeping form. A faint white hiss leaks from its speaker, the default white noise we leave on for her. It is a comforting sound, normally. Something for her brain to grab onto instead of the random bumps and clicks of the house. I look at the phone again. The screen is dark. No notification. No record. My thumb leaves a damp print on the glass. I put it face down. The laptop fan whines a little harder for a second, like it is straining to keep up with the heat of the processor. The cursor in my email blinks patiently at the end of the last paragraph I wrote. You know how these videos go. You have heard this part before. This happened to me. Believe me or do not. I just need someone else to hear it, so I do not have to be the only place where it is real. That is where I am now. Sitting in a dark living room, listening to my house not make any noise, about to tell strangers on the internet about the worst night of my life and the echo it has cast over every December since. On the table, the baby monitor hisses, then it does not. The cut is so clean it takes me a second to register it. One moment, the soft static is there, buzzing under the sound of my breathing and the tiny whisper of the laptop fan. The next, it is gone. No fade, no click, just absence. The screen stays on. The image does not drop. My daughter is still there in gray tones, one hand up near her face, chest rising and falling in slow, steady rhythm. But the sound channel has gone perfectly, unnaturally silent. I do not move. I am close enough to reach out and grab the monitor without even standing. I imagine myself doing it, hitting the side, shaking it, checking the connection. I imagine the excuses I could make if my partner wakes up and finds me in here, taking apart the baby monitor because I thought the hiss sounded wrong. My hands stay on the laptop keys. From the monitor speaker, in that thin, surgically clean silence, there are 3 gentle taps. Tap, tap, tap. They are small, but they are not the random crackle of signal loss. They are discrete sounds, spaced almost exactly the way they were on the back door of Greenfield. The same rhythm someone used through metal, saying my name like they already knew it. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stand up, a slow wave of static under my skin. If the noise had come from the hallway, from the wall, from the window, I could have blamed it on the house. Pipes, wood, temperature, old siding, any of the things people use to patch over the holes in their night nerves. This comes from 2 small plastic speakers designed to carry the sound of another room into this one. I stare straight ahead at the laptop screen. The document in front of me has turned into more white space than text. The words I have already written feel thin compared to the weight of those 3 small knocks. The monitor speaker stays quiet for a second that feels much longer. Then I hear a jingle. It is not the full, bright cascade you get from a fistful of bells shaken hard. It is 1 small bell, maybe 2, turning slowly in someone's hand. The sound curls up out of the monitor, tinny and distant, the way it did through the store speakers the night I crouched on one side of a shelf and an eye stared back at me from the other. The logical explanations line up automatically in my mind, like a checklist. The monitor picked up interference, some neighbor's baby unit transmitting nearby, a stray signal from a toy walkie-talkie, the last static shifting in a way my brain wants to organize into something familiar. All of those are available to me if I want them. I do not reach for any of them. More importantly, I do not stand up. I have learned that looking does not always help. Sometimes it just tells whatever is out there that you are willing to meet it halfway. When I was 19, I spent an entire night leaning toward cameras and peepholes and tiny holes in metal shelves, trying to see what was on the other side. All it got me was proof that there are some angles the footage does not cover, some frames that do not record correctly, some faces the system refuses to render. Tonight, I do not need to know whether the bell is real or not. I do not need to walk down the hall and stand in my daughter's doorway and listen for footsteps beyond the crib. I do not need to look out the front window at the street and see if anyone is standing on the sidewalk, hands in pockets, head tilted toward my house. I keep my hands where they are and type. They leave damp marks on the laptop's palm rest. The letters come out a little crooked, not because the keyboard is failing, but because my fingers are shaking just enough to make the timing off. On the table, the baby monitor hisses back to life without warning, its white noise slicing back into the space it left. The bell sound is gone. The taps do not repeat. My daughter shifts in her sleep, lets out a small, snuffling breath. The ordinary sounds of her room drown out whatever borrowed something it for a second. I do not look at it. I watch the cursor instead. It blinks at the end of the last line. On, off, on, off. Then, very briefly, it moves on its own. It jumps backward 3 characters, pauses, then slides forward again. There is no input from my hands. My fingers are hovering above the keys, not touching. For the space of a single heartbeat, the text entry point on my screen acts as if someone else is holding down an invisible arrow key. In the dead black bezel above the screen, between 2 small holes that look meaningless in daylight, the laptop camera's tiny LED flickers. It is not a full, steady light, just a pinprick of white coming on and off once, so fast that if I were not looking straight at it, I could have blamed it on my eyes. Recording, not recording, watching, not. I sit there, with my hands half curled over the keyboard, and realize that whatever wants to be in this story is already closer than the parking lot, closer than the back door, closer than the baby monitor. It has followed me through shelves and footage and voicemails and push notifications and ended up here in the same plastic and glass I am using to send this to you. So here is where I end it. Not because anything is solved, not because it stopped, not because I moved away or burned something or said the right words in the right order. I am ending it here because the one thing I can still control is when I stop looking directly at it. By the time this is read, if it is ever read, it will mean at least one person has looked where I should not have. Maybe you are in your bedroom, phone an inch from your face, blue light making your ceiling look the same color as mine does right now. Maybe you are on your couch, TV off, some other horror videos queued up. Maybe you are listening on headphones in a car parked outside your night shift, letting the engine idle while the heater fights the cold. At some point this week, there is going to be a moment in whatever place you sleep where everything goes quiet at once. The fridge will pause. The heater will rest between cycles. The fan in your laptop or your game console will wind down. The highway outside will run out of cars for a few seconds. Even the hum you do not really hear until it is gone will cut out. In that last second before your house breathes again, you might hear it. A little tap, somewhere behind you, on the wall, on the window, on the headboard, on the plastic shell of whatever device is closest to your ear. You do not have to look. I already spent 10 years looking back at a seasonal aisle that is no longer there. And I am not the one who got the motion notification tonight. You are. On my screen, the cursor blinks twice, as if acknowledging that line. Then it stops moving. On the table, the baby monitor settles into its steady hiss. Down in the basement, the heater finally kicks back on with a low, rolling sigh, warm air rushing up through the vents as the house exhales and pretends, for a little while longer, that everything inside it is exactly what it seems.